Mario Kart World for the first time in a while. They have a new update for Knockout Tour, so we're going to check that out. But before we get into that, we have Vicky here. We have Bernard.
Yeah!
And we have Latino Heat returning, and he's got some awesome stories from his time out of the country and different things like that that he may or may not share. We were talking Supergirl movie, but then you were also talking Sinners.
Sinners, and then Timothy Chalamet.
So, did the Oscars already happen?
No, Oscars haven't happened yet.
Okay, so what's the over-under that they get most of those nominations?
Well, the last time something like that happened was Lord of the Rings. They got 12 nominations, and I believe they got 10.
Wow.
So it's a pretty strong number. I would say they get half, if not 3/4 of it.
So just the four of us here. We'll leave the camera off. We want to try out this Knockout Tour and see what they have on teams. Now tonight for the Mario game night is going to be interesting because we're also going to play Mario Party, and we've got two defending champs in here. How do we have two? Well, if you're not here for more than 2 weeks, you forfeit your title. And what's happened here is, well, the person who forfeited his title is going to go up against the person who took that title. So we're going to see how that goes here shortly, so stay tuned for all of that.
I had to do some border crossing, jump into the fence, swimming.
Alright.
So how long over you drove? You didn't fly, right?
Oh no, I flew. I'm not gonna drive. It's a 30-hour drive.
So where were you were driving? But you were driving somewhere though.
Yeah, I was using my dad's car. My dad is like a
No. Like, so the picture I saw on social media, you were at like a border, right? You were driving.
Right.
To get into the country of Mexico, or to get out of the country of Mexico?
To get in the country. To get in the U.S.
Okay, so you have to drive through and then get to the airport and fly back.
Yeah.
Because there's no...
Well, I mean, the border's 15 minutes away from where...
But I guess it's more convenient to just fly from a U.S. airport to...
No. So the Mexican city that I was in, it's literally next to the border. So you don't have to do anything but drive. So people from Mexico on a daily basis drive over to the Rio Grande to go to work, and then same day drive back once they get out. They just commute. It's a commute. Okay. That's all it is. That area that we're in, it's called the Rio Grande Valley. It's basically like a metropolitan now at this point. But it consists of somewhere around 20 plus towns. Little small towns, little small cities, whatever. But it starts with Brownsville and the Rio Grande City. And the biggest section of that is McAllen, Edinburgh, Mission.
Okay.
Those are the biggest areas. McAllen has a community college. Edinburgh has a university that's a legit university. It's what's it called? RTV? Or something like that. UTV? URTV? University of Rio Grande, Texas. I don't know. But they have a really big campus. And they keep building onto it. It's a different world. Like if I took you guys, you'd be either scared or happy.
So how long was the flight?
I've been there 6 times. Oh.
The food's great. It's always great. The flight was from here to there. It was 5 hours.
Okay.
From there back, I had a layover, and then I had a delay, so it was 9 hours.
Okay, still in a day.
But it was fine.
So pivoting off to that real quick, which one of these do y'all want to race at?
I'll go flower.
I'll go with the majority.
Ice flower?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do 100.
Oh, you already got mirror mode on there.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if we chose. Did we actually choose knockout?
I don't know what you did.
I thought so.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't think we. Hold on. Let me quit real quick. I feel like all that happened, and then we got lost
too
in the
fast.
sauce of.
Yeah.
Because it should have had teams and let us pick the teams.
Okay.
I didn't see any of that. So multiplayer, camera off, yeah. Knockout, I remember picking that. And I picked Mario, as did you guys. Pick your characters. But where's the team for knockout? So like, hold on, is there another option?
Versus race.
See, I'm not seeing the rules even if it... Let's just go back to the knockout. I'm not seeing the rules to do the... No, it wouldn't be there. It should be right there in the knockout. It should have gave us the rules to just do the team knockouts. And I don't know where it is in the settings. I'm going to have to go into the settings and actually look.
That's the only thing I miss. Is the food. Everything else. Family's family.
Yeah.
6 times?
Yep. I went in like 2000, maybe like 2003.
It's a long time ago.
Oh, the last one I was there was
It's way
like
different.
maybe 8 years ago.
Still way different.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like even
We used to go through Bonneville, that was Mom Wars.
Brownsville?
Yeah, I didn't see any
we used
option
to
to do
drive
it.
there. Only one time did we ever fly.
It's I take flights to Harlingen.
Yeah.
'Cause
Well,
it's
it's not
cheaper.
so bad when it's just one person, but if you're trying to take home family.
I understand that. You just have to make sure that you have enough people to help you drive.
Yeah, no.
There's one person driving all the way down there.
Yeah,
Too
no.
much.
We would switch off.
It says it's when playing in a room during online play and wireless play. So not when you're doing local like we're doing, which is kind of lame. I guess they're just like, hey, y'all two know that y'all are on teams or whatever.
Or are we playing for the tag belts, or what are we doing?
No, we'll do Family Feud or something for the tag belts. We'll just do for the Mario Kart individual for this one. I don't know if y'all want this to be a warm-up.
Well, yeah, because I didn't even know we were playing.
Alright, this will be a warm-up.
It depends on where I land.
We haven't played this in forever. I actually bought the Nickelodeon kart racer. You like it? The first one or the second one? Which one do you have? It's like $3 right now on Switch.
Okay. Yeah, I have the Switch. I don't have the Switch.
Mortal Kombat's 10 right now.
Which Mortal Kombat?
The newest one.
Okay. So I have it on PS5. I don't know how it plays on Switch 2. Or Switch. Okay, I survived that. Yoshi is like right on the cusp of surviving.
Ah.
Just barely survived.
Even with the split thing on, I can still see it. Ah. Oh man, dude, crap it.
So who do you like in football right now?
That's tough. I would say.
I mean, there's really only one answer. But,
New England. Is that what you want me to say?
I mean, say what you want to say. I just know there's only one answer for me.
I think whoever wins between LA and Seattle.
You got
will
so
win.
you think NFC is going all the way?
Yeah.
That's fair. I remember that's how it was back when
Yes.
Seattle went against New England.
Broncos is missing a quarterback,
Yeah.
and
So if they had Bo Nix, would you still favor
I'd favor Broncos.
if they had Bo Nix? Okay.
Yeah.
Who did you favor when it was Texans versus New England?
Broncos.
No, I'm saying when it was Texans versus New England.
New England.
So you thought they'd win that one, just you don't see them winning this one.
Yeah. I mean, New England's been steady. Drake May's doing pretty good, but I don't. I think it's a little too early to anoint him next big thing. Shoot.
I mean, he's pretty much been the league MVP.
Yeah.
Go down it between him and Matthew Stafford. I like that the cars don't knock you back now. It's like they just slowly stutter you, but you can keep your momentum going. That's a welcome improvement for me. I was trying to stay the course, and it's like, nope, you're going to keep going this way. Mario and Hammer Bro were like, you get nothing and like it. I got no item there.
Damn. I was doing so well.
While Nintendo's doing all these little small updates, they need to go ahead and give more costumes and more levels.
They really do.
$40 of Mario last year, and Zelda is going to be 40 next month.
I wonder what they're gonna do for him.
Yeah, this Sunday they're going to show a Nintendo Direct for the Mario movie, the sequel. Yeah, on Sunday. But as far as Zelda, you know they're making a Zelda movie, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Comes out in a couple of years.
I want to say next year.
I'd say give it another year.
No, seriously, I think it comes out next year. I think they're already filming it right now in like Australia. It's made by like the people who were doing Lord of the Rings or something like that.
Oh, really?
Not Peter Jackson, but I think it's like,
That company.
yeah. Or at least it's in the same area it was filmed. It's one of those two things. I know I was like all over the place with that statement. You're like, oh, Peter Jackson's directing this. No, I didn't mean that. But I mean, I think they're going for that kind of vibe.
Son of a.
What I did see that looks interesting, but I didn't watch the whole. Well, no, I did watch the trailer. The He-Man movie.
Oh, yeah.
Skeletor looks pretty cool. I'm not
It's
gonna
Leto,
lie.
dude.
It is Jared Leto, and I didn't expect him to look cool in that.
The thing is I can't trust Leto right now. Still,
I can't trust him either.
I'm
Evidently, some of his fans can't trust him.
Leto in the past 3 movies that he's done, or big iconic movies that he's done, has been let down.
It'd be funny if he was
Joker,
Skeletor and he's like, it's Morbin time.
Oh no.
Morbius. We did Morbius, and then he did Tron.
Yeah.
Tron was trash.
But he wasn't Joker. That was Joaquin Phoenix. He was
No,
Joker.
he was Joker.
No,
Suicide
he was
Squad.
Joker in Suicide Squad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was trash.
Okay. Because I thought you were trying to say
No.
he was in the Joker
No,
movie.
Joaquin did a better job in the first Joker.
I heard the
I don't
second one
count
was
the
terrible.
second one. I think.
The second one was like a musical or something.
Yeah,
I did not watch it.
so it totally cancels the first movie. It basically says that Joaquin is not the Joker. Some other guy is. It's pretty dope. I think that movie was great as it was. It should have just stayed as a solo movie. There's talks of the next director for the Batman, James Gunn Batman movie. It's supposed to be the same girl director. I can't remember what it was for, but their movie sucked.
Is it just me versus Bernard?
Yep.
Does it say aim for first and I see like just one person?
I came in the 9th when there was 8 left.
Oh wait, no, there's a 4th person right there.
Whoever gets first here wins.
Yeah, so did you see the Masters of the Universe trailer?
I did. A little bit. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I saw a little bit of it.
So I'm trying to understand what they're going for. It's like,
Mariska. Is it Mariska? The chick from Deadpool.
uh-huh.
She's supposed to be a sorceress
Oh, okay.
from that. Congratulations.
Third.
I'll take it.
It's okay.
I'm not. We'll see what happens. I like the original. It was fun, but it had nothing to do with the actual show.
Because this one right here, it feels like he's in the real world and he sees the sword and suddenly he gets transported.
We'll see how it goes.
Like, I
I'm
guess he's
more
gonna.
excited about
I guess instead of like being Prince Adam and being in that realm,
Yeah.
he's gonna find out he's Prince Adam and was sent there from. You know,
Yeah, because the original doesn't do squat. Like, you don't. There's no story. It's just, characters.
yeah.
Yay.
I mean, well, how's it different from like the Mario movie? Because in the Mario movie, they have regular jobs and they're transporting.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying Master of the Universe. I think He-Man was he not just He-Man? I don't remember. I was a kid. Was he in like a
I don't
regular Earth and then transported
think,
over,
see, I don't
or
remember that.
was he just always king of?
I thought he was always He-Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But maybe,
I guess we'd have to sit down and watch cartoons.
yeah, I'll have to rewatch.
Yeah.
I know if my friend Brandon is watching, he's gonna be.
I'm not really excited.
Pissed
I'm
about
okay
it.
about it. I think I'm more excited about Doomsday, top 1. Brand New Day, number 2. Toy Story, I think it's gonna be great. I just found out Minions 3 is coming out.
Oh wow!
I think that's gonna be funny. They have. What are the movies? Supergirl.
Yeah.
Is all of that this year?
That's all this year.
Wow.
Most
And
of
then-
the summer.
Avengers.
That's what I'm saying. Doomsday is
Yeah.
the Doomsday's
December.
December. I don't care for Dune.
Yeah. I think that might be a TV or streaming watch for me.
Yeah. There's a guy who was predicting that they might make somewhere around 700 mil. No.
I don't like
think
that
they'll
it's
make
coming
barely
out.
4.
I don't like that it's coming out the same day as Doomsday.
They're gonna have to push it back.
They're
Push
saying
it
they
back.
won't, but they
Moving
will.
forward,
Mhm.
because you're not gonna beat out Doomsday.
All right, I'll take the win on that one there. Run it back. Something else we don't do.
I'm up for whatever.
As we were saying, even though I won, I want to say, yeah, that was for the title because I won. But we were saying that was just warm up.
Oh, it's
Or I mean, we can run it back then.
Knockout or just the verses? All right,
It's a champ's call.
we'll do verses. We will do verses. Cause I like the knockout. I just felt like I hate that when you lose, you just have to watch everybody else play.
Ooh, Mortal Kombat. So that comes out this year.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the Mortal Kombat movie.
Forgot about that.
And then
Street
It
Fighter.
was supposed to.
Street Fighter.
It was supposed to come out Halloween
That's
last
right.
year, and they
Coming out in
delayed it.
March.
Mortal Kombat's coming on March.
Yep.
What the hell? That's a weird month to put it.
Well, no, it was supposed to come out October.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the delay should have been to like summer or something.
No. Usually when they do that, it's. I don't know. But we'll see.
So Mortal Kombat, and then you said Street Fighter. When is
Street
that?
Fighter. I think that's August. August, October, somewhere
It's
around
gonna be
there.
so weird to like see both
Yes,
of those.
August,
on the same-
October, because it's a whole year after. Because Roman Reigns and all that stuff.
Then you have the live action Moana movie.
Moana, I saw that as well.
I might see that. I'm gonna let other people give their feedback first, and then.
I just finished watching the second one, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I was like,
I enjoyed the second one. It had been some time since I saw the
the
first
first
one.
one was better.
Oh yeah, it was better songs.
Honestly, kind of proud of the second one. I'm not gonna lie.
There were moments. There were moments. I don't know if I
Like
cried.
when he loses his tattoos.
Something like that.
I don't think that was the moment. I'm fine that you lose your tattoos. I think it was something else in there.
The scene in the ocean or something.
Just feeling like you have so much to live up to.
Yeah.
I think that was emotional. Especially, her culture was very proud, and y'all go see the Moana review I did.
I mean, there's
on,
been some recent movies that I've been watching where I shed a few tears.
waiting on you, Bernard.
Oh crap. My bad. King Boo it is.
I don't know if you've seen.
Oh, now look,
There's,
here you can put teams on.
Oh, cool. There's what is it called? Colin Farrell and Margot Robbie movie. It's a romantic movie.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like a little bit of sci-fi, but not really. So the gist is, they meet, they start to travel together, and they get to each stop. Or they're being told by this GPS, you're stopping here, and then you go to that door, and random doors appear in the middle of nowhere, and they're going back to where their past and reliving stuff. It's pretty good. I enjoyed the movie. It had a nice ending. It was a romantic movie. So you can see why they are the way they are. So closed off, so broken.
You want all items on or
Yeah,
random?
All the items.
I want all of it.
All right. First time I've gone in here and customized stuff. Normally, when you do this, you can pick connected. I didn't do that. I chose random. So they're all gonna be random levels that we play. It's either you know it or you don't, pretty much. So, did you ever say which part of the movie you said you cried at?
I mean,
Don't say the whole movie.
There's a few scenes, man.
He said the tattoos, but Bernard was one.
There's a few, you know.
I said something stupid like goes to the scene where she was in the ocean, but it's like the whole movie is in the ocean. So
Yeah.
it's like midway through the movie.
I just remember thinking, man, she looks like such a young kid to have that much responsibility. And her family's like, yeah, go out and get on the boat. But, you know, you have
Make
to
our life
remember,
better.
it's like, oh, yeah, she has those powers, but her powers were nothing like the other dude who,
Demigod.
yeah. What'd you say?
I was cursing.
Oh. I can't even see your controller. I was like, oh, she's playing underneath the blanket there.
Oh, I think I'm dying.
I had to do it, sorry.
And there's a lot of movies. Supergirl is the summertime, though, right?
Yep.
And you said Mortal Kombat was in March, and then you said Street Fighter's right after that. So, hey, that might be like 4 movies I go see right there. Now, I don't think Street Fighter is going to be good. I actually think the Mortal Kombat's going to be better. But because they're both coming out at the same time now, I feel like I owe it to myself. I feel like I owe it to myself to see both of them.
You've seen how they look, right? So
Yeah,
they're true to the game now.
I don't know about that.
That trailer looks amazing.
Cammy does not look true. Like, yes, in a costume, but that she doesn't look like.
You gotta
Cammy.
remember, they're not in the 90s anymore, so they're treating game movies better than they were back then.
I guess.
Y'all ever watch that like Chun-Li movie?
I heard that was terrible.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. It was terrible.
And then I think it was the Dragon Ball Z movie at one point.
Oh,
Do not
that
mention
sucked.
that in this house. That does not exist.
Evolution.
404 error not found.
Oh yeah, there's been some horrible like, video game movies around.
Well, I mean, there's.
What would you say is the best?
The best?
Adaptation?
Just even if it's about video games. Because if it's about video games, I'm going to still say Wreck-It Ralph. But adaptation, I think the first Sonic movie is the best one. Maybe the second one.
It's actually good.
Look, I finished in 5th and not in 20th. I knew the game was starting.
That's a rough one to think.
Well, you have Mario. Not the old one from the 80s.
Yeah, the new one's good. The new Mario's good too.
Does Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles count?
Ooh.
I think that's more comic books though, because they're comics. Yes,
They did have a game.
Yeah, but I'm going by source material. Where did it originate from?
True.
I grew up on the show though, so.
Yeah, I did too.
Because you know, there's Spider-Man video games too, but you would call that a comic book movie.
Pixels was about video games.
Yeah, that's not a good movie though.
I like Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph is up there.
And I like the Detective Pikachu. For a while, that was the best one to me until the Sonic one came out and Wreck-It Ralph. I think that came out before Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah. No, Wreck-It Ralph came out first.
Before Detective
Before
Pikachu.
Detective Pikachu.
Okay.
Pikachu! Have you been playing the Pokemon game?
No.
I'm almost done.
The new one?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I have. I let her son play it, and I might have played it one time after that, and I record just for like YouTube and didn't play
It's
anymore.
fun. But you're trading, like,
And that
you
Buffalo
know how
just,
you could trade with people across the world? Well, now you need a code. Somebody across the world has to be there.
that's lame.
Yeah. So, yeah. I think they screwed that up. I haven't seen anything about...
They're probably tired of people like me just like getting randos to give me powerful Pokemon in
Right.
the game. Because I may or may not have done that in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, for sure. It took me a while to beat that game.
The playing style, though, is pretty fun.
Well, I had just finished Scarlet before that game came out, and I still haven't played Arceus.
I haven't played either Scarlet or Arceus.
Well, Arceus is more like
Story?
the gameplay is, I think, similar to, or maybe not the gameplay, but the way it's set up is more like Legends EA, because it's Legends Arceus.
Okay.
So you go from
Well, it's
Legends
not
Arceus
bad.
to Legends EA.
And you start off with Eevee, don't you?
Like I said, I'll probably pick up that game again in maybe a couple months. There's too many games I'm playing. And the sad thing is, you know, I have a lot of video games, humble brag, and I only play like 5. It's kind of like having like a t-shirt collection,
Yeah.
and you only like wearing like 2 or 3 of your
They're
shirts.
your favorites, yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, why don't I wear other stuff? Like I was at Walmart today, and you know, coming home and working on this generator, I felt like a bum. I felt like I was dressed like a bum. Hair is looking nappy. That's why I don't have the camera on. That's the real story right now. But of course, when you go out places, you're like, yeah,
That'll look good.
that's what the hope is. Like, you know, especially when you're younger and you care more about what people think. You go out and you have everything looking right. It's like, hey, I'm going to run into, you know, this girl or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you're older, and what happens is you don't care about any of that stuff. You're just like, I'm just trying to get in here.
I
and get
haven't
out.
dyed my beard since I got back. And I need to.
But I felt like I was at Walmart earlier, and then people were just wanting to talk and be social, and it's like, yo, I just need a tarp, and I'm out. Get out of my face. Trying to sell me internet and stuff.
We went to Costco the other day. Just go, don't look at him, don't look at him, don't look at him. Because they're going to try to sell us a cell phone. I'm like, I don't have time to even talk to them.
Now, Spectrum claims they have fiber now, and I have them for phone. So, you know, I told them no. And, you know, they were like, oh, yeah, we can get you this, and it's combined. But, you know, I'm going to call them to verify that. Which what you're not going to do is hold me up Friday at 6 o'clock knowing that everybody's getting the bread, milk, and cheese for this, you know, supposed snowstorm and talk to me about internet. No, we're not going to do that. And then they're like, oh, we need to see if you qualify. I'm like, what is this, a credit check? I was like, if I already have Spectrum Mobile, I should qualify. But if you're going to overcharge me for installation and stuff like that, then that's a no. I'm happy with what I got already. Now, thank goodness we figured out what was going on with the stream, because if I was still having problems with OBS, I might be considering it. That problem is all week where the stream was cutting out. Now, it did cut out earlier, so I don't know if I'm going to have to edit some of this. But it froze. It didn't disconnect. It was disconnecting like every 5 minutes and reconnecting. So right now, you know, seeing 5 or 6 people in here is good. And I know that people leaving is not because the stream's disconnected. They just probably don't care for what we're talking about, which is fine. But for those of you who are still here, yeah, hopefully everything going forward is consistent. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of these water levels. Oh crap, we're on the last lap? I didn't even realize it. Sitting here thinking about this Mortal Kombat movie and a Street Fighter movie.
I kind of lost myself.
I'm just following Bernard. I don't know where I'm going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really don't. Just follow the white guy.
Wait, what?
You're the white guy.
There we go. Ugh.
Now I can't follow you because you're behind me. I'll take it though.
I just needed to finish in the top 3.
Okay, 45, 34. I was hoping it'd be more 40, 34, but alright.
So back to these movies. The Toy Story one's gonna be very interesting.
Is that this year too?
It's this year, yeah.
You said that and I missed it?
Yeah.
Is this the one where they're saying, oh, they're getting like a tablet as like the rival toy?
I guess the Jessie's supposed to be missing. And they're gonna go after her.
Instead of random, I should have put it on like vote or something like that. Or we could vote on the levels. This last level, I was like, well, at least it wasn't the DK one. And then where we go? Right there.
Yeah.
They gotta chill out with this friendly fire on here. I think that should be turned on.
Jeez. See, I just need to come in the top 5.
This is pretty chaotic.
I just need a place. Yeah, this one's really screwed me.
There's just so much going on. And then I get hit and everyone passes me. I was doing so well. I got hit with like 78 shells. It feels like.
Same here.
It's like everybody's right here in this little spot.
shit. Just need top 6.
Okay.
Top 7, be alright.
Top
Oh,
8.
shit!
Top 8? Were you trying to get me back in the game?
Oh, man.
You were trying to help me win?
I need, what? A few points? Just a few? Where am I at? 52. Okay. I got you.
You still
By 3
won.
points.
Holy crap. He still won by 3 points. And that was amazing.
That was.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and crown you the champ for that one.
Paul, is it? Where's he at?
He's at Walmart. He's showing how
Here's what
all the food is gone.
Here's what's crazy, right?
All the
So,
meat and everything.
if the power goes out, how the fuck are you supposed to cook? Wouldn't it be smart just to get dry food? Now, if you have propane, you're good. But if you have electrical, again, how are we supposed to cook?
So, about that, I like pre-made stuff. And I guess I'm going to bring the Foreman grill outside or in the garage and then let it get hot and put like a little skillet there and heat up stuff like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been over a month and a half, but your king is back. Your
Hold on.
big dog.
Hold on, let's get that recorded here. All right, we got a new Mario Kart champ right now.
It's been over a month and a half, and I was gone. And while I was gone, somebody got my my trophy. But it's okay. The king is back. Latino Heat is back.
Latino Heat!
Who's your poppy?
I like how the heart is looking at him all creepy in the distance, like, what the hell is all that? He squeaked by like 3 points.
Yeah, I dominated. I took first place, first 3 rounds, and then I got screwed on the last one.
8th place and still won. Yeah, you can't ask for more. All right, y'all, we're going to see. We got a couple more games we're going to play. We are going to do the Mario Party here shortly.
Yeah, man, the whole dry food thing. I think it's ridiculous. People need to. It's always, and then if you ever notice, people get toilet paper, paper towels.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only gonna lose power for like a day, how much are you gonna shit?
Well, that's what I say. I'm like, why do you have to buy the whole store out?
Right.
You're only gonna lose power for, max 2-3 days, and everything's gonna go bad. So.
What you should be worrying about is, hey, you know what? I don't have enough blankets. Let me get more blankets.
Yeah, that's true.
How can I get more? How can I get warmer? Stay warm.
I didn't even think about the things you're talking about. I thought
I
food.
have more blankets in my car.
No, I have those things. What I'm saying is,
No.
I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah.
I think you think about the surface level things, like if I can't leave my house,
Yeah.
I'm going to go crazy because a lot of people eat out fast food, stuff like that. So you're kind of forced to like cook and have stuff at home. So it makes you think to like overextend yourself for.
See, I'm good
need...
with cooking because I have propane.
Mm-hmm.
My stove is propane. My oven is electrical. So everything I have, I can basically cook in my stove. But I'm not worried. The biggest thing was having a generator for the heat, and everything else is secondary. Like I don't have to have the TV on. I have 2 phones. Put TV on. Okay.
Yeah, the TV in the garage, I can hook that up to the generator. I'm just going to get an extension cord and
There you go.
So
But,
you know, the
yeah.
garage might be the warmest room.
There was a lady I was flying with earlier this week. She asked me, "Well, what are you reading on the flight?" I said, "I'm not reading anything. I have phones. I have Netflix already downloaded. So I'm just gonna watch something." But it's amazing how 20 years ago we could easily say, "Well, what are you reading?" "Oh, this nice book, whatever." Now it's I got my phone. I don't need
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for a while I used to read stuff on my phone. I still occasionally do.
it. Then you realize you can download movies.
But I think what's happening to my brain is
It's becoming mush.
it is. I've got comic books even, and I used to read. I could read comic books in like seconds. Now they're just piling up because I don't have the attention span to just sit
Really,
and focus
that's
on
what
one
happens,
thing.
man.
Yeah, I'll lay down the couch, and you know it's overstimuli in here. Almost every room in my house is overstimuli. There's something in every room, a picture, something going on to where I can't just. There's no quiet.
So I got home and I had a mess because I had clean clothes all over the room. So I had to clean my room. I have a TV in my room. First thing I did, turn that on. Let me have some noise in the background. That way I can do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have no noise, you're just kind of like.
And I can't do my job without. I have the TV playing all the time.
You got it right. You have to have that noise now. It's great. 60 years ago, we didn't have it.
But when it comes to stuff like reading, it stops me from.
And then we're all gonna be crazy when we have to go to work first.
Yeah. My little brother asked me for. This is what he asked me for Christmas. He said, "There's a crossover anime Marvel comic with Wolverine. It's a series. I want it." I said, "How many books is it?" He said, "It's 5." I said, "Okay." So I looked through it online, got him that, got him each one so he can like frame it, put it up, and then I got him a book, an actual book, storybook that already has everything in there. And I think it ran me like around 50, 60 bucks. But I was pleasantly surprised that he wanted something to read
Okay.
instead of like, "Oh, give me a game."
Yeah.
I got him to give me some cologne. He got me some nice cologne a couple of years ago, and I've been running low. And every time I wear it, I get compliments. So I was like, you know what? I need some of that cologne that you got me last time. Women love that cologne. I'm gonna
Yeah.
make that my signature smell.
You know, I think in my dream I had some like new cologne that I was trying out.
Really?
Yeah, I think I had a dream. But I was watching the show Early Edition, and I think I overheard something about like a cologne or something in their smell. And that's
Because I mean,
like,
you have women that have very nice natural smells, right? But then you have those that are like strippers.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, look, we're going to continue the stripper part. Hold that thought. We're going to talk strippers in the next game we play. Like, comment, subscribe, share. We'll see you again in a second. Another Yellow Hat Guy will return. All right, so we're going to Family Feud it.
I'm down.
Or we have Nickelodeon Kart Racer. I have that now. So folks want to try that out. I know you got the edge since you already own it.
I mean, but I haven't played it in several months, though. That's the thing. So I might need to freshen up on that.
Well, we'll check it out for like one race.
All
and
right,
see.
sounds good. Does that have Ren and Stimpy?
Okay, so we're back. Are Ren and Stimpy in this? I don't know. I think we have to unlock a bunch of characters. I know the Ninja Turtles are in it. There's a couple of
What
Rugrats
about
characters.
Rocco and Heifer?
Yeah, I think Rocky.
Don't get me lying. I know that Helga from Hey Arnold is supposed to be in it, and Hey Arnold, or
Okay.
Arnold is in it. Yeah.
Gerald?
Oh, SpongeBob and Patrick. No, I don't think Gerald is in it. I think you have
Tommy
to.
Wummy.
I think we have to unlock people.
Stupid babies. Oh, it's Cynthia.
We're gonna do beginner. Cynthia Cup. You want to try that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reptar.
So get your controller in. Alright, and then whoever's last.
Alright. Vicky's last.
Yeah, once again, if you just tuned in, we have myself, we have Vicky, we have Bernard, who's not doing an intro, and then we have Latino.
Okay, what do you got, Reptar?
Who is on Donnie?
Me.
I mean, at least you have,
Fine, you can be
you
Donnie.
have 3
I'll be
options
Leo.
of women, right? So you have Angelica, Helga, and Sandy. Sandy Squirrel.
Rugrats were my kids' things.
I love Rugrats.
Me too, but I had Teenage Mutant Ninja
I didn't like Rugrats.
I can sing the Reptar song, but I'm not gonna. But I can. No.
What is the song? I don't remember a Reptar
The
song.
second movie.
Is it a musical? Is it with the music? Okay, yeah.
When they're in Paris.
That's when they get the little Asian girl.
Yep.
Charles
Am I supposed to do it?
Charles Finster.
I think you hit the A button.
Did you ever watch All Grown Up?
The sequel,
Yeah.
where they were like in high school or something, or middle
Yeah.
school. I watched a little bit of it. I was hoping it'd be better than Rugrats was, and I thought Rugrats was better, even though I didn't like
It
Rugrats.
was. I'm glad they kept going with it. They didn't stop.
Oh shoot, I'm going in reverse.
I was doing the same thing.
So the R button on this is accelerate. Yeah. I don't know how to change the controls. Also, the slime, if you fill up all 3 of those, it creates a boost. You press the X button, that's how you boost.
Okay.
And then obviously the little coins are just like Mario Kart. They help you drive faster.
They should have followed the.
I need my steering on.
Yeah, they should have followed the Mario Kart.
I feel like this was on Switch 1.
Yeah, it's just like a real bad knockoff.
Oh, it definitely is a bad game. It was $3 on sale.
No shit.
It was $3 on sale, which is why I got it. I played a
What
little
the
bit
hell?
of it as
I don't
Donnie.
have become what? What? A boat?
They also had a fight game.
Oh, the All Stars or something or whatever.
Something like that.
Yeah. I think the second one was okay. The first one was garbage. Just is so much green. It wasn't offensive at first, but now playing on like the 4-player screen, split screen, it's offensive.
It kind of makes it hard to look. See where you're going.
I'm just getting jizzed on with the slime.
Hey, yo.
It's slowing me down. Speaking of jizz, you were talking strippers. We can talk strippers on the Nickelodeon family-friendly game.
Yes.
Nickelodeon.
I thought you were gonna say yeah.
What place
so
did y'all come in?
I'm in 5th right now.
No, but everybody else finished before me.
How?
Angelica and SpongeBob were ahead of me.
I'm in 4th right now.
Oh, so we lost. If you're all the way up there.
Oh, you gotta get the rings to keep timing?
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Yep. So the rings give you more time.
Well, thanks for telling us that, Bernard.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said it's been several months on the Switch.
So they smell nice.
Okay.
Strippers, yes. They have a good odor, good fragrance.
Oh, you know what? Probably a good time to say, warning! Some viewers may find the following... I can't even talk. Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
So what were we saying was
So!
And I don't even know the timing where you have to hit R button to get the boost.
I don't think there is one.
There's got to be a boost. There's got to be a boost at the start. Every kart racer has that.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of karts, I did get that Mario Kart. It's in the garage if you want to see it.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That'd be fun to watch.
I haven't.
Did you ride it?
I did not ride it yet. I had to get another battery and try to, see that it works.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
And it does work.
Who ended up taking you?
Oh, it fit in my car.
Oh, cool. Ooh, Angelica.
Yo, get this crap off of me.
Those are bikini bottom jellyfish.
Oh, is that what they were? You would think that the guy that uses the 3 hours later would know what that is, but I don't. So running on the slime in Mario Kart would be a hazard and spin out. Running on the slime here is good.
Yeah, it charges up and boosts.
Yeah.
To the slime.
Dang, somebody hit me with something. They give you a lot more items on this one.
Do they? Because I haven't got anything. All I'm doing is getting slime.
That's what she said.
All up in your face. So strippers in their face.
Yeah. They smell nice,
Yeah.
allegedly.
I thought about going to a strip club while I was down in Texas.
I'm surprised you didn't.
I should have. They're cheaper. And they have better quality women.
Okay.
They honestly do. Lap dances down there are way less expensive.
Now, when you go to those establishments, are you using American dollars or are you having to convert to peso?
They take
There's dollars.
Dollars?
Texas. Yeah, dollars.
Dollar
Dollars.
dances?
Oh no, in Texas.
Dollars.
No, okay, dollars, but are you, in Texas?
Yeah, I don't go across the border.
I thought you were saying you went to
No.
Mexico.
No. You go to Mexico to get the coochie.
So why not just do that instead of just looking at it?
Why would I do that?
I
What
mean,
kind
you're
of
right
pervert
there.
do you think I am?
A very nasty one.
It's
My answers depend on whether or not we're recording.
What I will say is, it's very inexpensive.
So, what's the price of a lap dance in Texas right now? 2026.
I wasn't able to go, but back when I was going,
Which?
they were
So what year? Circa
2013.
13? Oh, that's too long. I thought you were gonna say like 2023 or something.
No, I've been to strip clubs that long. Over there, here it's different, but I can compare prices.
Okay, so so 2023, what was, or 2013, what was it?
$10 lap dances here. So like not here, but like if you have a table, they dance for you right there.
Okay, so that was 2013 in Texas. What was it in 2013 here?
There is no such thing. So if you wanted a lap dance, it was like $30, $35, $30, $40 if you wanted a lap dance. But they didn't have like table dances. Down there, you get privates for $20.
Private dancing.
Private dances.
Okay, I was like, oh, he's getting
Not private
parts.
nuts.
He's getting private parts.
Private parts. But yeah. Here they're a little more expensive. The three that I've been to in the past couple of years are fairly reasonable, I guess. But the quality of women isn't what it should be. Bernard, have you been to one?
So what?
I was gonna say, elaborate on the quality of women. Like, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like
just looks.
looks, yes. So you have some women that should not be stripping, and some women that are like too old to be stripping.
I got stuck behind this stupid thing here.
But I found that there's one that's probably the best one that you're probably gonna get up to.
Whataburger.
There you go, yeah. It's the one right by Greensboro.
I was being funny because Whataburger.
I'm not playing when there's a Whataburger next to it.
I'm saying the strip club is named Whataburger. What if that was the case?
What if it was? But already lost. Okay.
Like it was called Waterburger.
But the one in Greensboro is probably the best one that I've seen thus far.
And which one is that for our viewers at home?
Gold's something.
And that's running you how much to dance?
You're $60 to dance.
Oh wow.
But they have certain things there. If you want to spend a lot of money, you can.
I do not.
They have $1,000 hour.
$1,000 hour?
$1,000 hour, half an hour, I can't remember around with it, in a hot tub. They leave you alone with one or two strippers. I don't know.
And the bouncer's there to make sure you don't rape them, right?
No.
No.
They're basically saying, disclaimer. Yes, disclaimer.
I would not be one left alone with some
So they're basically
old.
They're pimping out their chicks. There.
Hey, yo.
That's essentially what they're doing. And they give you shorts. So I say this because I was given the tour and I was given the options.
Did you have to pay for the tour?
No.
Okay.
So they're like, would you like to see the back rooms? I was like, do I have to pay? No. Okay, well, I'll give you your options. So there's a guy there and he starts talking, well, how much do you want to spend? Like, really, I don't want to spend anything, but just give me the prices and we'll see what's going on. So you have your $60, which is your little private dance for one or two songs, I can't remember. Then you
$60 for 2 songs? That better be Stairway to Heaven on repeat.
Then you have your 250. 250.
Fuck that. It better be Freebird on repeat.
So 250 is 15 minutes. And I've spent that money before.
350.
250.
250.
But that shit goes fast. You have a big private room. Nobody in there, just you and the stripper.
Probably some cameras.
Yeah, there's cameras, but nobody's messing with you. You gotta know the rules. You gotta ask the stripper her rules, not the house rules. Her rules.
Yeah, 'cause she's probably like, yeah, I'll do it.
Right.
And
So there's that, and then there's the hot tub, which is like $1,000, and they'll give you the woman, the bottle, and some shorts, some trucks.
see, I gotta be honest. Hearing this hot tub thing, it sounds a little more intimate than just like.
That's what I'm saying.
So for me,
they're picking her out.
if it was me, I'd be like, look, let's just fuck, just pull out your dick. I don't want to be in the hot tub with you. I feel like there's more like germs and shit that's gonna like float, like
Well, I mean,
the germs from your body. You just got off some manual labor job, and you're in here. You didn't shower. All your dirt, the little brown shit, is coming off of you, floating into my vagina.
And then whoever was in there last.
Well, yeah, there's that. But how many people are going to spend $1,000?
But that's true too.
That cleans the hot tub.
But you're saying this one in Greensboro that you're talking about has this.
Yeah.
As a
Well,
feature.
actually, there's multiple strip clubs that have hot tubs.
The most exotic thing I've seen at a strip club was a car wash.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Greensboro, they got the one. I saw Ron Jeremy there maybe like 13 years ago.
So
2014.
There's another one that has a hot tub that's going towards the airport. I can't remember what it's named. Fantasy? Some shit like that. I don't care for that one. It has a lot of room. More expensive. I still think the one that's by the mall, next to Whataburger, is the nicer one. It's a newer building, a little bit smaller.
See, when you say by the mall, there used to be a place called Cheetos. Is that not the same place?
No.
They rename it?
No. So it used to be called something else.
We're doing the next race.
There was a building. There was a building in front of this, and it got taken down. So they made another. Yeah, they made another building in front of it. I'll have to look this shit up. It gets on my nerves. I can't remember. I have like 4 or 5 passes left to get it free.
Those don't expire?
No.
They're like, sorry, bro, you bought that. We can't grandfather you in.
Well, one day I went and they never attended
Oh,
me.
we're on a piano.
No waitress was there, and I wasn't getting attention. So I talked to one of the guys.
Oh, you complained, and they're like, oh, here's a coupon.
Yeah, they gave me like 10.
Free BJ.
That'd been good. I'd been there all day.
He's gonna be like, yeah, just ask for me next time you come in. I'll give you the BJ. It's like, no, dude, I don't want your coupon.
I'm not gay. You're the one sucking my dick.
Or, hey, unless you are into that. Which, if you are, like, comment, subscribe, share. No judgment-free zone. We're Planet Fitness here.
There you go. You can eat your pizza. What they have, like pizza days? Didn't they they used to have a pizza day.
Between Walmart,
I don't know if they still do that.
between Walmart and Planet Fitness, if the power does go out this weekend, I'm gonna try to go to one of those two places.
Well, I have a Planet Fitness close by.
Oh, yeah, me too. I got one literally right behind here. I'm like, look, power's out. I need to shower. I don't care what you think. I still have a membership. And like, none of you have been to Gold's
You don't even have
strip
to say
club.
anything. You just walk in there.
None of you have been to Gold's strip club, right? Okay, these bathrooms should be cleaning up, or the hot
They're
tub,
nice, they're
the
clean.
sauna should be cleaning.
Like, if I had money, I'd be going to the strip club right now. Let me scratch
Stupid,
it. If I had more
stupid
money,
water pump.
I know, really. Fucking $2,300.
Could be pumping something else instead of you got pumped.
That's right, big pumping this.
Pump it up.
Pump a jam.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Sony.
he went way back with that one.
I mean, we're going back. It's got to reach, right?
$1,000 to be in a hot tub with somebody.
It really, that's really.
Do they at least bathe you? Or are you just sitting there asking them questions like, so, you read any good books lately?
No.
At least at the car wash, they washed my car.
Probably not talking.
I'd be like, you need to just go ahead and ride this 2.5.
Sir, do you have a condom? I'm sure we could find one in here. Here's one right here. Looks like it's conveniently washed out for us.
We'll do the booty call scene where it's no glove, no love. So he just uses an actual glove.
Huh. I haven't seen that movie in years.
I love it, man. It's one of my favorites. One of the funniest shits I've ever seen. Jamie Foxx. Shout out.
Tommy Davidson.
Yes, Tommy Davidson. Gonna shave his balls by the fucking. He went take his shit. No. He has no insurance. He has no insurance.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that. I'll be right back and get some water. Ice cream, maybe thirsty.
Have you been to any here lately? Strip clubs? Okay, you laughed, Bernard.
Like last year, that car wash.
That's the one that's no. That's not lonely.
That's the only
Really?
Oh,
We should
Donatello.
call them
Still in.
gentlemen's clubs. 'Cause that's what they are. Pure gold. That's what it's called.
Pure Gold, I heard of that. They talk about that on
You're talking about
the radio.
Garage, I think. Yes, and the One Burger. That's a good one to go to. That's where my friend works. She bad. She bad.
Bad to the bone.
She. I love redheads. She redhead, natural redhead. Like I was telling them earlier. It's like carpet match draped. Nope. It's hardwood.
Paul, who is late as usual for everything, is at the grocery store at Walmart, and they only have Skippy peanut butter left.
No shit.
$6 a container. That's all that's left.
Why doesn't he just go to Dollar General?
I don't know. He probably just thought.
Dollar General's probably better.
Paul, you. I know you've only met Paul a few times, but Paul is late for everything. When Paul is dead, he's gonna show up late. His body's just gonna be like, oh, I've got another hour to be there. Everybody can wait. So he probably thought, hey, after work or whatever, I'll swing by Walmart and get.
So I went
essentials.
grocery shopping Wednesday, and I was like, why is everybody here?
I went Wednesday as well and got a couple of things, but
And I went to Walmart, I went to Lowe's Food, and I Food Lion, Aldi, and I was just like, damn. And it's like everywhere I went, it was packed. But again, go back to, you only be out of food for like 3 days. I bought food for the week. Because I haven't been home. So I needed food. That's it. I didn't go and get, well, that's a lie. I did get waters because I needed waters. But I didn't stock up like these crazy people did.
you know, I just wonder if it's like a southern thing. Because when I was younger, I don't remember like folks doing that back when I was younger and up north.
I think it's
Well-
a this generation thing.
It's also that here, there's not things open like late and stuff. Like in New York, it was always something open.
Well, we no longer have the 24-hour Walmarts.
Yeah, which is good in one sense.
Nah, I miss it. Because as somebody, when I stopped going to the club, let's go to Walmart.
You know what I mean? We have a huddle house in Asheboro. I don't know if we have a huddle house around here.
I don't think there's one over here. If there is, it's in Greensboro.
I
right?
missed
I-
Huddle House. Huddle House would stay open 24/7. Now come midnight or 10, they're closed. But that was the spot to go to. Like I said, right after the club, wherever you can. Go, eat, chill. You get home about 2, 3 in the morning, maybe 4.
But I think before COVID, they were already feeling like they were losing money. These businesses closed. And who's to blame for that? Do you blame Netflix? Oh, the kids are just Netflix and chilling and
That's what I'm saying.
playing video games at home, so we don't need to be open late.
I think Walmart realized the same thing. We're open 24/7 and nobody's coming out. Forget it. We're losing business. We'll keep it closed and have the people still work, restock, so we'll have less people come work. And I think that's what happened during COVID as well. You realize that you can have one person do like 3 people's jobs, so that's why there's a lot of unemployment still.
And then the AI. And AI and all that.
Just to say, Reptar wins again.
Okay, I think Sandy Cheeks won.
Yeah, but I beat you guys.
Okay, fair enough. You beat us, but Sandy, SpongeBob, and Angelica also beat
They're
us.
cheating, it's okay.
Speaking of cheating, I'm at Walmart, and no, I wasn't cheating. I saw somebody I know who was cheating, and part of me wanted to like say something to the dude, because as I'm going with the cart, he bumped into me, and he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad." And then I see the girl he's with, and I know the girl, and I wanted to go up to him like, "Dude, your girl is like stepping." Yeah, that too. But I played it cool because I didn't want to mess up her situation. I thought about how cold it's supposed to be this weekend, and I didn't want to see her homeless.
Well,
And I also didn't have my gun on me, so I didn't know if he had his on.
well, she
Some
had her-
dudes are gonna hear what you say and start seeing red, and they don't focus on the message. They attack the messenger.
Right.
They don't pause to say, "Oh, he's telling me that she's a hoe," not to be disrespectful, but to alert me. You know, because back when I was younger, if somebody came up to me and was like, "Yeah, your girl's having sex with everybody," I'd be mad at them before I pause and be like, "What are you talking about?
Right.
Show me receipts."
Which makes no sense, right?
But it's all in the approach. I don't know you. You're just some stranger at Walmart. You're like, "Hey man, I hate to tell you this, but your girl's cheating on you with other dudes."
So I had
My homeboy hooked up with her last week, and then he goes to confront her versus, "Your girl's a hoe, man." And it's like, what you say? Right? A little more context in the first example.
This is bringing in everything we just talked about.
Mhm.
Breakfast, restaurants, and hoes.
Huddle House and hoes.
I used to work at an IHOP.
Like, comment, subscribe, share.
And it was open 24/7. It was in Texas, and I met a girl there. I got her number through, taking care of her.
Taking care of her.
I mean, she came in and she was one of my customers.
I'm gonna
whatever.
take care of you, baby.
I'll take care of you. I was trying to get with the sister. The sister's better,
Huh.
but I didn't. I thought that the sister had left the number, and it was actually that one. And I was like, okay, well, fuck it, whatever. So we started dating, and
Hold up, you can't just skip to that. What happened to the sister then?
the sister had a boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Well then you got the other one. I guess.
Yeah, but so this one.
You got to at least smell the sister. 'Cause we know you're about to smell.
So I started dating this one, and right away it was red flags everywhere. But I was like,
Such as? Okay, he's here.
it's gonna be bad.
Okay.
Say it.
So she had kids, which I wasn't into. She had 2 kids.
How many? Okay.
Same dad.
2 kids, and how old was she?
She's 24. I was 21.
Okay.
Um,
So was she married to that dude?
no.
Oh.
She Puerto Rican.
So that was a red flag?
It's a red flag. It's a red flag. Trust me. Red flag. I don't mess with Puerto Rican women anymore.
Bad Bunny, Super Bowl, coming soon, February 8th.
Chico! She was very...
Hold on. If you don't like Puerto Rican women, why even talk to her?
I don't like Puerto Rican women now.
Oh. But, so it wasn't a red flag then?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't a red flag
It's
then?
a red flag now.
Yeah, okay, but what were the red flags then?
The
kids, okay.
The way she treated people. She was very loud and mean. And like the type of person that probably get food spit on. That kind of person.
Okay.
Self-centered, egotistical. Like there's flags, trust me. She even said, "You're lucky to have a girlfriend that lives as good as me."
Oh, that would instantly...
And I was just like...
That would instantly cause shrinkage.
She was a height. Her face was a height. Her body was banging. She got a nice bang.
So, $1,000 for a hot tub with her?
Nah. Another red flag. So, when I was younger, I was very innocent, like super innocent. And on her birthday...
Unlike now.
On her birthday, we were out shooting pool with some friends, and she got drunk.
Hold on. Was this person a stripper?
No.
Okay.
CNA. Nurse. Hello, nurse. Yeah. Tell me about it. So, we went out with some friends. She was a little intoxicated. I wanted to make sure I took her home. She didn't want me to take her home. She instead decided to say out loud, "Fuck me out of the parking lot of my car." I said, "No, you're drunk. I don't want to take advantage of you." She said, "What are you, fucking gay? You fucking homosexual?"
Oh, wow.
And I was just like, it's not gay to want to be nice and not take advantage. Because tomorrow we might wake up and regret what we had. So...
Makes you wonder if the other kids were born that way.
Right. So, so she didn't want me to take her home. She said, "I'm going to get in my car and I'm just going to leave." I was like, okay.
So, I didn't want to do it, but she talked me into it. And then I ended up in jail for statutory rape, and that is how I met your mother.
Ah, dang.
Statutory rape. No, so yeah, she leaves. She leaves, and she says she's okay. And I'm not even going to worry about it anymore, because at that point I'm just like, you just called me gay. Fuck you. I was trying to be a nice guy, and whatever. I go back and I tell my friends what just happened. And then I get a phone call from her. And she's like, "Where are you at?" I said, "Oh, I'm about to leave right now." "You're still there? You'd rather be with them than fuck me?" Like, I was about to leave. But now I'm just going to stay because you're being a bitch. So, anyway, she left, did her own thing. And she held that on for a while. So after I figured out that she was just wanting that, I tried and she didn't want it. So now we end up going to the beach because the beach is like 45 minutes away. Right there where I was living in the valley. Border's 15 minutes away. So you can go across the border 15. Beach is 45 minutes away. Any club that you want to go to is within 5-10 minutes. Any bar that you want to go to, 5-10 minutes. Strip club, 5-10 minutes. So everything's within reach. It's too much temptation. There's a reason I'm in North Carolina, not in Texas.
Okay.
So we decided to go to the island, South Padre Island, because one of my friends is. See how you remember. So they're over there and they're gonna stay the night. I was like, well, you know what? I'm hanging out with her and I'm hanging out with the 2 kids. I was like, well, why don't we just make a day of it? We can drive over there and we'll just chill over there. So okay, cool. So we go over there, get a hotel, and my friends are willing to take care of the kids, watch the kids while we have some alone time. She says no. and in the middle of the night while we're sleeping, like, we're rubbing. She's half naked, doing this on purpose,
Half naked.
rubbing herself up on me, and I'm just like, okay, well, let's do this. No, the kids are right there. Okay, well, let me go call my friends. No, we go to the bathroom, shower, whatever, nothing. But anyway, I say all that.
So how long were you talking to her while all this was happening?
This was like 2 months, man, maybe 2 months in, and my GM at IHOP had seen her before come in, so he recognized her, and I introduced him to her or whatever. So then I was working one night, and my GM came back from the club, and he's like, "Hey man, this is, I need to talk to you." I said, "What's up?" He said, "You know, you're a really cool cat, and I like you, and I don't want to see you hurt, but I saw your girl." I said, "Yeah, I know. She was out in the club. She told me she was in the club." "Oh, okay. She also tell you she said that she had sucked my dick."
Oh.
No.
That as long as I didn't tell you that I saw her. I was like, "Nah." He's like, "Yeah, man. She was rubbing up on all this up against all these other guys, and she came up to me, saw me, realized who I was, and she offered, and I said no. And like right after that, I believed everything he said. So the next day, I broke things off, and I wasn't going to, but she showed up right after he told me that stuff. She shows up, guilty as fuck, with her friends, and like, "Hey, Poppy, how you doing? I missed you. I wish you were here." And she's telling me all this stuff. And, hey, you know what? You just got to go. So.
And this was in Texas?
This was in Texas. Years later, I bump into her sister, and come to find out that she was using me to get back at her ex, and gave me a different name. So I was like, "Oh, that's great. Say hello to your sister for me."
All right, well, let's take it back to our next program here.
Strippers on Ice.
Yeah.
We're going to see you guys shortly with the new game.
So you haven't been in one day?
I mean, okay. So
So we're continuing these stripper stories here. Got myself, Vicky, Bernard, and Javi. Latino Heat. And if you saw the last video we did where we were talking some more Javi war stories,
Yeah.
horror stories.
Horror stories, they really are. I got a whole bunch of
AKA
them.
Huddle House and Hose.
House and Hose.
I don't know if I can get away with titling the episode that.
I hop and hose.
I hop and hose. I hop in
I
hose.
be hopping hose.
Is that a pun there? I hop in hose.
Yeah.
I hop in saunas.
Saunas.
I hop in hot tubs. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of Family Feud here. But what were you saying, Bernard?
That you haven't been.
No, you just started off
I
saying
was
something.
about to
Before I
start
interrupt you.
Okay, so yeah, like I have actually gone to probably 2 strip clubs, really.
2 strip clubs. You gotta speak up.
Yeah, so it was the first time, that was back in like 2021. I started the game late, I really did, but this was out in Raleigh, because I went there for...
I'd love to go out and Raleigh and see what they got over there.
It was a lot of...
Because you got a lot of colleges.
Mhm.
And a lot of the colleges have a lot of college girls.
Yeah.
College girls need to pay for the college.
The worst strip club I ever went to was in Raleigh.
Oh,
Really?
wow.
Yeah. The girl that one of my friends got a lap dance from had just been shot like a week ago and had
Ooh.
bandages on her. Yeah, very skinny black woman, frazzled hair. It was awful. We left because we thought we were going to get stabbed or something.
Okay.
Oh, but that's very unsafe. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was... I'm still trying to erase it from my memory. It was. You ever go somewhere and you're like,
Now,
man,
was it Raleigh or was it Durham? Because Durham is number like.
I really think
2 or 3.
I think it was Raleigh, but I rarely think. I don't look at people and be like, oh, I'm better than that person.
But that moment.
But in that moment, I was like, I'm too good to be at this strip club.
This is the ghetto.
Like,
I feel you.
I have all of my limbs. I have both eyes. Like,
My teeth.
yeah, I have a future. Like, it felt like going to that particular place. It's because you got nothing else going on.
You really don't. When they're that bad.
Whereas some of the other places, it was like, oh, there's dudes here who have money.
That's a hole in the wall versus a gentleman's club. There's a gentleman's club, and then there's a hole in the wall. And it sounds like you was in a hole in the wall.
I don't even think there was a fucking wall.
It's the hole.
Like, they had sugar bears here in Greensboro. Been there lots of times. Was working there, right? I would call that a hole in the wall. But you felt comfortable there. You didn't feel like you were gonna die in there. You might have got an STD. That might have been the worst thing that happened to you. Possibly somebody told you they were gonna do something and stole your money. But at this place, but at that place, felt like they just hired girls who were on crack to strip there.
I've seen that too.
Like you're not only not feeling safe, but nobody looked really attractive. And I guess I felt because I was in Raleigh, everything that you said is what should have been there. I was like, where are the younger people? Where this is supposed to be like one of the best cities here? And this is what you guys like. So yeah, this is like one of like maybe 12 strip clubs that they have just in Raleigh, whereas here you might only have what, 5 or 6?
Yeah. And you're talking about Winston and Greensboro. Because Winston, I think they got 2 or 3. Here, I think it's like Greensboro's got maybe 4, maybe 5. So, yeah. Back to Raleigh.
I feel like Greensboro's more than 4
I was
5.
I was on a dating site and I found this girl, beautiful girl. Come find out she's a teacher. I'm like, oh wow, she's a teacher. That's great. And then she told me her background. I was like, what's your background? Ex-stripper. I was like, oh, even better. Then she started talking about...
So that we don't have to pass controllers around. You all can just...
There we go.
Okay.
You mentioned sugar bears. I only heard rumors about that place.
Well, I mean, I think it was gone before you started actually going to strip clubs.
So it was...
So hold on, I'm going to join as player 1. And you got somebody else.
I can't remember her name. I had her phone number for a while. But
Press the A button to join in.
She was a trip, man. She had all sorts of issues.
Such as?
She was bipolar.
Somebody didn't join in.
She was taking medication for various other things.
F you, Alpha and Paul. It's still named that. Are we changing that or are we leaving that?
I say we leave it.
Alright.
Shout out to Alpha and Paul.
Shout out to Alpha and Paul. If you are Alpha or Paul, like, comment, subscribe, share.
She was cute. She just had too many issues going on. She couldn't get rid of the past. She kept bringing it up. And
So, have you met somebody where you felt like they were too good for you and you fumbled the bag? Because it sounds like all these girls you're naming fumbled the bag. But these are all short-term.
yes,
These are all short-term encounters.
Yes,
These
I
aren't relationships, right?
I have, but I think I was really young and naive.
Because the way you described those last two, I was like, these were relationships, were they not?
No.
somebody gives you a fake name
Kings are
Yes.
ready
and you
to
find out
be
from the sister later? That sounds like you were in a relationship for a while.
In-person catfish.
Right.
Want to know how to play the game? It's very
There's
simple.
a man. I can tell you stories.
And
Let me
he
turn it up
gets
just
the
a little
answers
bit
that
more.
come up
There was a
to our
crazy,
question.
crazy one.
The team that does the best
Crazy. Like
goes
she
on
came
to play
straight from the
fast money
fucking
and has
nut
a
house.
chance to win $20,000.
She told me straight up she came from the nut house.
So you're gonna change colognes to stop attracting those nut house people
Right. I ain't messed with none of them
We're gonna
lately.
start
lately.
Let's get
But
started.
nah.
Each family
So
down in
I was
front.
working as a security guard in Texas, and man, we was pulling like 13-hour shifts on this site out in the middle of nowhere, and it was just
We
me and
have
this other
four to
dude. So
find on this one.
I'd come and relieve him. He come
When
and
you have an
relieve
answer
me.
to our survey,
And
buzz in as
he
fast
started
as
talking
you
to some
can.
girl.
Whoever finds the top
He's
answer
married.
first
He started
gets
talking to
decide
some
if
girl.
they
He
want
said,
to play or
"You know, this
pass."
girl, she wants to meet
We
me,
asked 100
but I'm
people to
married
give us
and
an
I'm not
answer.
gonna cheat." I said, "Why'd you
Name something with
start talking to her?"
fins.
Well, you know, got on the site and I was just
What
wanting
do
to
you
make
think?
friends. I was like, that sounds like bullshit, but okay, whatever. I was like, well, why don't you give me your number? I'll take her
That's
off your
good.
hands.
And
And he
what
gave me
did
a
our
number,
survey
took her off
say?
his hands.
Fish.
Okay, it said name something with fins. I said fish.
That's the number one
There's
answer.
3 more answers. Do we want to play or
What
pass?
face off. So tell me, play or pass?
No, play.
I would say play.
It's never past. Play.
I feel like fans have fins.
Does the
No.
plane?
Plane has a fin.
Cars,
Other
It's a
things
good
that's
start.
fun.
Let's see if your family can
Fins?
sweep
more
up
like
the rest.
sports cars have
yeah,
fins.
cars. Yeah.
You think? So what's the number 2
Alright, you're right.
answer though?
Plane.
Yeah. Okay.
Fins?
Oh, it's not me. I was moving like, why am I moving slower?
Come on, Dad. It's not saying shark.
I mean, I think shark counts as a fish though.
Okay.
You were supposed to be typing planes, bro.
Ah, crap. My bad. A fin?
You better
Just-
do something. You got
just-
4 seconds.
Possum.
Shark. Huh.
Crap. Resume. My
Did
bad.
someone already
I dropped
say
the ball.
that?
Yeah. I already said it.
Oh dear. Moving along the feud chain.
Plane.
All right. Could it be there? Plane.
How is planes though? That was
For the
fun.
family, I'd be getting ready if I were you.
I think wings.
Vicky, what you think? I say car.
I'll do
Name
car.
something with fins.
Dinosaurs.
Lizards? Like
Say it with confidence. Is that one of the ones we've got left? Car.
Okay.
Way to stay in the game.
That counted for something. No, I really don't have anything else
You're
here.
in trouble.
lizards.
I was pretty much, I was all in on fish.
Go mammals.
Lizards.
Dolphins. Dolphins are mammals.
Yeah.
I think that's still
or
a fish.
whale. I don't know.
No, because fish is fish.
Yeah.
Whales are mammals.
All right, whale. Doesn't even show.
There
There
it
we
is.
go.
It's worth a shot. Will that be one of the missing answers?
I feel like a fan has
Whale.
fins.
Oh no, that's strike
Um,
three.
So back to the story.
Aren't those fins on the
What did you
little
say? Another family has a chance
Yes.
blade? Oh, they are blades.
All we need is
Took
one
out to a
right
bar
answer,
and spent
and this family can steal the
literally
points.
50 cents on a drink.
Okay.
She said she
What
was.
kind of drink did you get for
Give
50
yourselves
cents?
a great
Dude,
chance.
it's Texas. You get mixed drinks 50 cents.
Stingray.
Yep. Our
Huh?
survey says
That's a fish.
I was gonna say shark.
stingray.
Good.
Oh, we won.
Didn't find what we wanted.
I wonder what they were.
I'm curious what the other things are now.
This round is yours.
Lizards.
Let's tidy up those pesky missing answers. Number 4. Diver.
I did think about that.
You
said
said dolphin.
I said dolphin.
Why wouldn't whale count then?
That's crazy.
That really it should have counted.
Yeah.
That's only the
Because it's
first
still
round.
mammal.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
keep moving.
You're next.
I'm next.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta make up for the last round.
It makes you wonder if shark would have counted as dolphin.
Can I have a person from
They
each
said
team
diver.
join me over here?
I.
Top 5 answers on the board there.
What are the fins for a diver? I thought they
Get
were
ready to
flippers,
buzz
the
in.
foot things.
In our survey,
That's
we asked
what I'm
100
thinking
people.
too.
Name a word or phrase that can come before a think you got something?
Shark.
I would
Good
say
one.
heart.
I would have said that too.
Shark should. Well,
I don't know that shark's gonna be number one.
yeah.
Shark
might
attack.
be number one.
Let's see if it's up there.
You want to try to get the number
Shark
one or
attack's a
two.
pretty good one. There you go.
It's on the board. What we could do
They're
better.
probably gonna get hard.
Mm-hmm.
The top answer
Heart
is still
attack,
up
yeah.
there. Think you've got it? Name a word or phrase that can come before attack.
Panic
Terror-
attack.
terror
I see where
attack?
you're going with
Yeah,
this.
terror attack, like terror
Sneak attack.
Let's
Sneak
run with
attack. Yeah.
terror.
Okay.
They just gave it to us.
That's not what we're
So you
looking
need to
for.
put heart
Put
attack
heart, yeah.
and then
Let's
panic
make up your
attack.
mind time.
And then
Pass or
sneak.
play.
Remove plate.
Guess you want to keep that hot streak going, huh? Let's play then.
Viewers at home, feel free to help us out.
Comment your answers.
Got it. Let's see if it's there. Heart.
Yes.
It's gotta be number one.
Yeah.
Answer number 1.
Panic and
Yeah.
You said sneak attack.
sneak attack.
Got a guess ready? Because I'm gonna need
I
one.
wouldn't know what after that.
Papoose, that's the rapper.
Okay. Is it up there? Panic.
Unless Papoose is from something
Correct
else, I don't
answer.
know. I was thinking of the rapper Papoose.
Name a word or phrase that can come before attack.
Man is dating Clarissa Shields.
You said sneak attack, right?
Yep.
And it ain't there.
No.
No,
Just
what?
do surprise maybe.
Surprise! Yes. Same shit, just different wording. There it is.
I was gonna say quick attack. Pikachu, use quick attack.
Quick attack.
Survey says surprise.
Ah, man.
Sorry, it wasn't up there.
What the
I
fuck?
have to give you your first
That
strike.
should have been up there.
But sneak wasn't up there?
Sneak wasn't
Sneak
up
wasn't
there.
up there.
It's your go. What do you think?
I can't think of anything.
He said quick. You can do quick.
Click.
And then the opposite would be slow.
Oh, it's Quicksilver.
Quick shot.
I don't know. Ninja attack. What else?
Jump attack?
Jump attack. Let's try that.
Jump.
Why?
Jump.
Why? Okay.
Let's try.
I thought I said the,
Okay, is that our second strike
I
there?
pressed the wrong
Yeah.
button. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry.
Strike two.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's be careful here. You can still
Uh,
do
All I'm thinking, I'm drawing a blank. I'm thinking of you don't know Jack, what the Jack attack?
it.
That's
If
very
you miss this, that's all she wrote.
Oh shit, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Shack
I still think terrorist attack.
Yeah, actually, that doesn't.
Even though he said terror attack. Is it quack attack? You know we didn't get that.
The survey says
Ooh, excuse me. Ice cream.
They're not gonna get it. We can't get it.
You never know. It is on hard.
family.
Sneak should have been up there. Surprise should have been up there.
Snack.
Dig deep.
Yeah,
Give me a correct answer, and you snatch these points from the other team.
Under attack.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Say.
Nah.
Oh!
We stole another one.
Do it.
Cool.
I'll take it. We got most of them.
Oh, my friends, that's 2 rounds in a row. We've got some answers to go through.
Think you're going up next?
What's the 5th
Yep.
answer?
Big Mac attack?
What?
Really?
How about the
Who
4th
says
answer?
that?
It's like 1990?
Zach.
Zack attack!
Oh my god.
I said Jack attack.
Shall we take a look at the scores?
What the hell is Zack attack from?
Saved by the Bell.
One of our families has a gun.
You guys do this because I.
How is that over terrorist attack?
I don't know.
I guess if, you know, it's like this was made after 2001.
2?
That's not the last one.
No, here.
Are you ready for a face-off? Can I have someone from each family join me, please?
Can we not pause it? There we go.
Okay, good.
We'll just pause it and wait for him to come back.
All right.
Unless it takes like an extended amount of time or something like that. Oh, got a new follower on Twitch. Awesome.
Nice.
Somebody watching on Discord. Appreciate you. Midor Rami. I think I'm saying that right. Is now following us on here. Totally appreciate the follow. So no updates in the world of Bernard.
Work. Just work.
Gotcha.
Changing management. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on with you. But,
Change in management for the company, or and don't say your company. Remember, this is live.
oh yeah. Not about to mention
Or
that. I don't want stalkers.
or a change in your manager.
Like in my managers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's going on, and it seems as if the people higher up want people that are just strict. So I think the whole micromanaging deal is not the way to go. But that's just my opinion. There's even like psychology, like different types of studies that'll tell you if you have a helicopter parent, they're
What's a helicopter parent?
so helicopter parents, it's like, you know, that parent that's always going to be on you. They're always going to make sure that you're back at the house by a certain time, but at the same
Gotcha.
time you can't have certain types of friends. They're always keeping tabs on you through your phone, and like every detail or thing that you're supposed to do within your day, they have it down to a science. So they're that type of parent. They don't let you go anywhere. But for those types of parents, if you don't allow your kids to do anything,
Or
and
like
you're
experience mistakes and all that on their own.
yeah, how's that kid gonna be self-sufficient? Now they're self-conscious. They're always thinking about, oh, I'm probably gonna mess up without, you know, my parents being involved and stuff. But for those parents that do have more confidence in their kids' abilities, and they're stern when it comes to discipline and they're consistent, those kids do end up in being in a position where they are more reliant on self. They have the confidence. They have, you know, traits that wouldn't make you think they doubt anything that they really do. But you're gonna have a few doubts here and there, but it's not like constant.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this one coming in, it's just don't know, man. If that's what they want, then okay.
When did all this start?
Like a week ago, that's when they first announced it, and she takes over this week, this upcoming week.
Oh, okay.
So, I think.
Paused it for
Okay, cool.
Experiencing it ought to be better than just the hearsay.
So Holly has returned from the restroom from El Baño.
That's mine, you know.
Answers up on the board.
You got this.
Interested in doubling your money? Because now everything is worth twice as much. We conducted a survey of 100 people for this question. Tell me something around the house that you emptied. You're up.
trash.
Trash.
Oh, I got the next one. Dishwasher,
Have an answer.
dryer.
Be up there. Let's find out.
Washer.
Trash can. Perfecto. So what's the deal?
Oh, you even said perfecto.
Pass.
He knew it was
That's,
Latino heat.
That's pretty racist, isn't it?
I think so.
I think we should pass.
You
No.
want
No!
to the plate again? All right then.
We know that we
I bet you've got a great answer for us.
I was listening. You got this, Vicky.
Dishwasher. Dryer.
Dryer's right there.
Interesting answer. Did our survey agree? Dryer.
Empty out.
Hear that noise?
Laundry?
That's a strike.
Are they a different word?
I mean, it's definitely
Backpack.
dishwasher.
You're up. What you got?
Suitcase.
Closet.
Closet.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay. Is that answer up there? Dishwasher.
The sink.
What about the
Good
fridge?
job.
Ain't working.
There's two still remaining.
I think sink might be better than closet. So I'll try that.
It's right there.
Sure thing. Let's see if you're right. Sink.
Wow.
Any ideas?
Another strike.
Closet, or what was the other one?
We're on a razor's edge.
I thought it was dryer, but that wasn't it. Or laundry.
I guess closet.
Oh, or the fridge.
Yeah, refrigerator. Or just fridge.
Fridge or closet?
It's up to you. I would say fridge. But
I'll go fridge.
I.
Fuck.
Oh,
The fruit.
Got it.
Oh.
Let's see
I
what
didn't
the
mean to do
survey
that.
says.
Empty out your bag.
Bang. That's 3 strikes. Sorry, folks.
Bag would have been a
This
good
round
one.
is getting thrown over to the
I
other
think they're
side.
gonna get that one.
They might have no points, so this would be a time for them
One answer
to.
will do it,
Yeah.
and they can steal the round. Is it there? If it is, you've scored a steal.
If
If
they
not,
steal the-
Litter
let's go
box.
straight over to the other
Yeah.
side.
You should have known that.
Nice.
Ice cube tray. If y'all limit that one, it's gonna be messed up.
Ice cube.
I think that's wrong.
No way.
Oh, it is
What?
Like-
Nah.
verbatim. It wasn't just tray.
Congratulations. What was
Specifically
that?
ice
One
cube
last
tray.
elusive
Okay.
answer. Show me the second most.
Is it not
popular
litter
answer.
box or fridge?
Litter tray. Litter tray.
Litter tray.
Let's take a look at the current
I don't
score.
empty litter boxes. That's the kids' jobs.
It's
It's
not.
still looking like a
oh,
one
does the surveys?
but we're not all the way around the track yet.
Some people will have no idea what happens in the world.
Top 4 answers, top 1 answer. We're going to sudden death. Triple.
I should have had ice tray, but I would have said ice maker.
Nowhere
Maybe
near as
that would
painful as it sounds, it's the
as
face-off.
many times as we emptied out the
Who's
ice
gonna
maker
join
the
me
other
up
week.
here? I need
Please don't
someone
send me
from
up
each
there.
family.
Please don't send me up there. Who's going up there? Okay. We're good.
We've got 4 answers to find. Triple points in play now. You better make sure your answers count. We got 100 people to answer the following question. Name something unwanted that you've ditched from your life. You're up first.
Drugs.
What you got?
Drugs or an ex?
Dogs, pets.
No.
They've done it, dude. Trust me.
You think that's a top answer though?
Yep. A pet.
Clothes? Yeah.
Clothes is that's a safe one.
Yes. Show me the answer. Clothes.
Okay,
You're on
what's
the
number
board,
one?
but it's not the number
Yeah.
one answer. One look at you tells me you got that top answer.
One look at you.
Name something unwanted.
It's probably
that
like
you
job,
ditched from your
district
life.
kids,
Yeah.
kids. I left them. Ex, yeah.
Unlucky? How else
That's
would they
number
say
one probably.
I think so.
X.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And
All right,
you
let
can't
them.
do
They're gonna
that.
play.
Top answer. Time to decide.
I hope
Play or pass.
Yes.
They're gonna play.
You're playing.
Damn, we're gonna lose this game because they're gonna know the other
There's
two
just
answers.
2 answers up there.
I'm sure job is number 2.
Car.
Car?
That's what you think, huh?
How many people ditch a car?
Time to find out if it's up there.
I mean,
Depends on how good their insurance is.
That's one X.
That's your first strike. 2 more and you're done.
They've got 2 X's. The first X is number 1.
Get your feuding face on. It's your go.
he's good this one.
Pet? Oh!
Yeah,
Told you.
yeah.
Okay.
You can get that one.
Show me that answer.
Alright.
Pet.
Oh.
That's another
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing that's not a good answer. I just don't think that's top 5.
Name something.
Well, we need to start thinking about the top 5.
ditched from your
Yeah,
life.
well, I think
Drugs.
job is the next
Wait.
Alrighty
Did you
then.
wait?
Ditch weight.
Do we have a right
Lose
answer?
weight, but
Yeah.
you really ditch it?
Wait.
one. Oh,
We're
okay.
still clinging to this game.
A friend.
I wouldn't have guessed
Yeah.
weight.
You can ditch a
You
friend.
can ditch a friend.
Yeah,
Oh,
friendships.
this is so exciting. There's just one uncovered answer up there.
Ah,
habits.
Oh.
Bad habits.
Let's check the board.
I think they cleared it.
Bad habits.
Damn.
And that board is clear.
Wow, we got spanked.
This round goes to you. But you knew that, didn't you? Let's take a final look at those scores.
Ouch.
And here's our
Yeah.
winning team. Looks like we know the true kings of Family Feud this time.
Fucking
And
dolphin.
that's game over for you folks. Thanks for playing.
You sound like a dick.
Looks
He
like
did.
We won't be seeing you playing fast money today.
Hey,
You
last
might have
time we
a shot
won,
at jackpot,
you
but
still let them
still
do
got
fast
some
money.
points from the previous rounds that we can turn into a nice.
How does that
stash
make
of cash.
sense? Racist.
At one point, one ding.
That concludes the feud. We'll see you all again very soon. Goodbye.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, look, like, comment, subscribe, share. Can't win them all.
No.
It's still FU, Paul, and Alpha. Or Alpha and Paul. We are going to go ahead and jump into this Mario Party because if we don't right now, I'll probably fall asleep. So, if you're still awake with us, like, comment, subscribe, share. We're going to see you in the next one. For myself, Vicky, Bernard, and
Latino eat.
we will return.
It's on like King.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that.
Rematch time.
Screw that. What the heck is the Jamboree? Oh, I do have Uno, by the way.
Love Uno.
I meant to jump and get folks to jump onto that. And now for your main event.
Boom, 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 boom.
In this corner, we have the returning champion,
Yeah.
Bernard, versus the champion before him from parts unknown, Texas. He is Latino Heat.
That's right. I only won that once.
All right, titles on the line here. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Alright, if you have to sharp... Oh, does it show us in the dark? No, we gotta turn the light on. Ugh!
You can see me.
You can't see me. I keep wanting to put my hand in this. It's like a popcorn bucket or something. Excuse me.
Looks like I have red hair.
I mean, it was bad enough that y'all heard me yawn. It's worse that you saw it. Everything looking good? I guess so. Let me cover up my hair.
Oh, this is my Yoshi.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh no.
What? I didn't take anything. There was one bag with some muffins in it. I don't know. I didn't touch it though.
Mmm, muffins.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Or she didn't drop them
The
off.
Muffin Man. The Muffin
It is by
Man,
Drury Lane.
The Muffin Man. That's all I know. Do you know the Muffin Man who lives by Drury Lane? Is that how it goes?
I'll put the
Yes, I know the
bottom. I
Muffin
don't know what to do.
You know they're making another Shrek?
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
Are they announcing new characters in it?
No, I don't think they have yet.
I think they're supposed to have like a daughter.
Yeah, that's a new character.
I don't know. Okay.
Let's see.
We're playing Mario Party. Alright.
Somebody has to press A.
So Isabel ordered something, groceries, and they stole her chocolate muffins.
I think you switched to Toadette instead of...
Oh, shoot. And somebody stole her chocolate muffins out of the bag that they delivered to my house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's what she was asking me if I took them, and I was like, I didn't touch them. I don't know what you're talking about.
They got a call, and they were like, hey, we're out of bread at the house, and there's no bread at the store. We got some muffins. Yeah, just bring those. All right. She probably wanted to know, hey, are y'all near a store? So y'all can bring some? It's like, no, we'll take Mario.
No, she was not asking
Surprised
me.
nobody
She
picked
tried.
the heart, but the heart's off camera. You could pick the heart as like the item to
Oh.
Yeah.
as a picture of.
I should have done the title. The whole,
Yeah. Should have done that.
now I gotta keep my face right there.
All right, Bernard. So as the returning champ,
Let's see. Where were we last time?
didn't you guys play on Bowser?
Yeah, I think we played on Bowser in here.
Yeah. Because last time we did the mall, you weren't here enough.
Yeah, that's the only I won.
No, this was last week.
Oh.
Yeah, last
Well,
week.
I won them all.
Good luck, everybody.
You know they're actually gonna sell a talking flower like that, like a thing that will talk to you.
Oh, really?
It doesn't. You can't have like a regular conversation or anything, but.
Is it like the old fish where it used to sing? Come out like, ooh.
It might as well be. So, champ rules. You can do it like this. As the champ, you can pick the party rules, which is regular. You can do the frenzy, which I don't recommend. You're just asking yourself to lose. But you can try to do tag team rules. You can pick a person on your team that's not Javi to guarantee that, hey, it's going to be a clear cut me or him.
Well,
So whoever's team I'm on.
party rules, I guess.
Okay, fair enough.
It's up for grabs, basically. Because I would have made you my teammate. Like, I
Would be there.
Okay, so where are you going to go?
I guess. Were we at that island last time? Like, when I did win? I think.
I thought you guys played on Bowser.
I thought you won on the Bowser level.
Okay, we can do the Bowser.
No, you don't have to go back to the
Yeah,
same
you can
one.
do whatever you want.
Pick whatever you want.
Let's see.
I mean, if that's where you're going to go back to, you can, but.
Let's see. How about? How do the islands look back there?
What island?
To the far left,
This one?
or not? Up there, actually.
One over there on the left in the back.
This, I guess the second to the far left. That one.
Yeah.
Oh, Mario the Rainbow Castle? Okay.
That one where there's
Alright, well, we can do that one. There's no other island, there's just.
What's that little volcano?
Yeah, that's the one I was on already.
Oh, okay.
We'll go with the Rainbow Castle.
Alright,
I don't think I've ever played this one.
one of my favorites from Mario Party 2. Alright, 10 turns or 15 turns. Pick your poison.
15.
Okay. We're gonna turn these off, and as usual, we're gonna vote.
Okay.
And let's rock and roll. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Alright, alright, alright.
Alright, alright. You know he trademarked that?
You didn't?
He did,
Okay.
but it took him a while. He just did it like recently. Alright, alright, alright. Like, comment, subscribe, share. See, it's different because I added that last part to it.
Oh, we
So
took
Vicky
this.
was saying, I dropped the controller. She was saying earlier, like, hey, when it's really warm out, that's usually when it starts, to be like the bad storm. It was fairly warm today, so I was just like, oh, it may not even really do anything tomorrow. Now, you said it was gonna be like the rain and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just supposed to be.
Oh, hold up, is it?
Freezing.
You said it. Oh, it's too late. I was gonna let people learn the rules of it.
I didn't press it.
I did because I thought everybody had played this before.
We have.
Wait,
No, but she hadn't. I don't think he had
I've
either.
never played this.
I felt like he did too, though.
Ocho.
Cinco. You saw that interview where he was like, "Yeah, I've been to North Carolina. I dated a girl in Charlotte. I dated another girl in Raleigh."
Yeah.
He's like, "Raleigh? You mean Raleigh?" He's like, "No, Raleigh. Over there by Durham." He's like, "No, bro, it's called Raleigh." He's like, "Spell it." He's like, "Yeah, Raleigh, 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 North Carolina." Did you see that?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No, but I heard of the one where he's talking about.
Yeah, well, the
He's Ecuadorian now.
Oh,
Cheddar single Ecuadorian because he has his. average is the average of an Ecuadorian.
I thought it was because he just likes the Hispanic women.
No.
You ever hear that one interview that he had where he was like, "Yeah, I was with this lady and she wanted me to go like a little bit further. And I didn't have enough."
Oh, he said that?
He did. It's like I ran out. Like I just.
I think I heard that one.
So he's ocho minus cinco.
What's him at 3?
You say who's number 3, or he only has
No, I
3?
said it puts him at 3.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
Okay, so real quick, since y'all didn't know the rules, this is one of those Jekyll and Hyde type boards. What I mean by that is, if you get to the star, or somebody lands on the exclamation point, it'll switch to, instead of this nice sunny screen that you see, it'll turn dark and stormy.
Bernard's here been here for that one.
Yeah, and Bowser will show up.
Okay.
So you don't want to get to the star when Bowser's there, because he's going to give you a fake star that you still have to pay for, and it's worth nothing.
Avoid Bowser.
Yeah. But you want to get to him while it's nice and sunny out. You don't want to get to... So when it's nice and sunny, it'll be Toad.
Okay.
Right.
When it's dark and ugly, it'll be Bowser.
So basically, like, if I'm the first one to get there and I get the star,
It's going to automatically
it's gonna
turn.
switch over to dark.
Mhm.
So if you're next, like you're right behind me, then you're gonna end up getting the Bowser star. Then it'll switch back over to light.
Oh really?
It's a dick.
Hey yo.
Mushroom, +5. Ocho Cinco.
Give me time.
That's what he said. That's also what she
You
said.
got one.
I got the same as Nice.
That is nice.
I'll take it. That's cool.
It's a good roll.
Okay. I don't.
But you missed last week.
Hmm.
I got 3 stars in one turn.
Oh shit.
That's wild.
It was awesome. Was losing most of the game. Jamie and Alpha were,
Ganging up on
tag teaming.
on him because I can't.
Because
I'm
it's
not gonna
Leonard.
win anyway.
Say what now?
Because it's Leonard, they just end up winning.
Well, it was more of this, if I win, my boo wins.
So,
And if my
I
boo
miss
wins,
the
I
days
win.
when they hated each other.
Yeah.
They fake hated each other.
You can watch season 1 of the videos.
When you knew there was some tension.
Well, you could argue, somebody somewhere is like, I miss the days when it was her and Jonas. Saying all the, innuendo.
Well, I was there too.
Yeah, after all that.
I was in the middle.
In the middle, yeah. Middle season. So who knows what season 2 will be like.
She's good people. Oh, I like her. She's cool. I haven't seen her forever. I haven't talked to her in forever.
Jamie?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we were supposed to go do tea time, but everybody's having water problems. They had a pipe burst at the...
Oh, no.
Because, the tea is over to O. Henry Boulevard down in Greensboro. And so we...
That's the switch.
So, yeah, you don't want to get to the end and encounter Bowser, or he'll charge you and give you a fake star. So a cubic zirconium star. AKA, or FKA, you got a Zatar.
What is this? Okay.
Wait, how is it a 4-player minigame and only 3 different games? Oh,
I didn't mean for that. I was trying to get the sandwich one.
I was like, what do I have the...
Sandwich one, that was terrible.
I was like, what do I have the least amount of brain power for? And then you were like, well, why did you pick want the difference? I was like, well, as long as I didn't have to, like, run and jump. I feel like I used a lot of brain power for Family Feud. Frickin' dolphin. Oh, and by the way, just so everybody's clear on everything, disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, expert, and or hosts. They do not explicitly or necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by this channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or his channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during this program. Viewer discretion is advised.
What you mean? Oh no.
What you doing? Nothing, chilling at the Holiday Inn. Who you with? Me and my peoples and just 4 of my friends. What we gonna do? Sip on each other and feel on each other. It's feel on each other and sip on some hand.
Let the party begin.
No, I think it's still feel on each other and sip on some hand.
Right, that's what I said.
Okay. Party at the party. No, something, let the party begin. I fucked it all up. Like, comment, subscribe, share. I forgot you can't jump on this. Son of a crap.
Oh, I got last.
No, you what first?
I got last.
I mean, I fell last.
Yeah. You were like, I'm not gonna do anymore. The rest of them fell off. Damn shame.
I'll come back. It's cool.
Yeah.
New turn.
Mario time.
I need more than a 1 now. Well, that's a good one. Ooh. I would. You didn't know we're clear close to the thingamajigger anyway.
Yeah. I should have, but I feel like I might need that too.
So did you find out how much you're selling it the house for?
One across the street.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 240.
Yeah, like close to 240. But her over here is selling her house too.
Oh shit.
You saw the little container? Yeah, she's. Well, I won't say she's selling. She's moving. Why am I going? No, let's just go this way first. Help everybody out. So see, when you land on an exclamation point, it switches it back to whatever was there before.
Well, it helps you out either way.
I mean, I was going to go to the other side to steal, but it's okay. Vicky has the most coins, but... Oh, actually, you have the most coins. I could have stole from you.
I haven't gotten to the store yet.
You weren't going to spend all of your money. Oh, he's going to spend all his. He's like, you're not taking it from me.
No.
So 2 turns in, will Bernard defend his throne? Defend his title?
Let's see. What's on the board? Okay.
You gotta go right.
Yep.
Because you'll lose money if you go left.
Gosh, I got so animated.
Oh, Chow.
Bunch of crappy items now.
I was gonna say, what the frick? I can't get up.
I wouldn't get anything. I'd just leave it alone.
The only thing worth getting is that workbox.
Really?
I mean, yeah, if you get to Bowser and you get away, you have it, but that would only leave her with like 5 coins.
Yeah, I wouldn't grab anything. I'd just leave it there.
You know, it would be interesting if they like charged you more because you were a good guy, and if you were like Bowser Jr. or a Goomba or something, they charge you less. And then if you were on the other side with the Koopa Troopa,
You meet up with me.
Hey.
Mini game.
I should have picked that last one, but you get coins on this one too. Yeah!
Oh, I thought I picked the last. Oh, man. Okay.
It looks like, were you doing your makeup before you got here? Huh.
No.
That was too many games. He's like, no, I thought I picked this other one. We talking about practice.
Practice.
Not the op.
I was watching Ted Lasso the other day.
You can jump on this one. That's one show that I tried to watch and couldn't get into.
Really? It's such a good show.
But I think
it's a good show.
I think it's because I like watch it when I'm like going to bed.
Oh, yeah.
Ted Lasso. Now what I did watch was Ted with the teddy bear.
Oh, okay. I couldn't get into it.
Really? Such a feel-good show. They're coming out with another season in March.
Shit. Really?
Yep. I was confused thinking there was more than one season.
It's just you. It's just you.
Might as well get all the coins.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's just me who saw the Ted show.
You're beating the brains office right now.
Yeah. Good job.
Made it.
Finish.
Ah!
Oh!
That fell off at the end.
I'm sorry.
Does it count? Does
I
it
need
count?
to-
'Cause
I need
you
to-
technically fell off.
Right there.
Yeah. Well, the words "finish" blocked me. I'll take those
Like,
coins.
nope.
New turn.
Who's this? Oh.
Oh, it's Luigi.
Jamboree.
Again, all these movies coming out this year. Mario movie in April, but you said Mortal
Mario
Kombat.
Galaxy.
You said, but Mortal Kombat comes out in March.
Street Fighter.
Yep.
Jason Momoa's in 2 of these. Well, he's in.
Yeah, he's
That's
Blanca.
right. He's in
He's Blanca.
Supergirl.
Street Fighter and
Street
Supergirl.
Fighter, yeah. Says Jason Momoa here. Okay.
He actually has another one come out this month
Really?
with
Oh yeah,
Dave
with
Bautista
Batista, yeah.
on Prime.
Nice.
Like
He's
a
like,
buddy cop movie.
He's like, I'm finally divorced, and I gotta get some of this money back.
Did he really get divorced
Yeah,
from Lisa?
yeah.
Oh, man.
Lisa Bonet. She was bad when she was young.
Still kind of is, actually. Still,
Yeah, but
but then,
compared to the women that he can get, that boy can get anything.
24 away from the star. Is he gonna use the triple dice?
No.
No, because he doesn't have enough coins. But maybe
15.
now. Maybe now he does. Item bag.
What you give me?
Coin trap. Oh, star trap.
That's nice.
For this board.
That's real nice.
For this board, I think it's useful.
board.
all the way down to the right, and then to the left. And right there where the Nimbus cloud is, that's the star.
Okay.
But you don't have enough points.
Dang.
You got 15.
But hey, you might get to Luigi. Question is, will you win all the mini games to actually keep it?
Ew.
Dang, that was bad.
That was
Still
a
getting,
waste.
you're still
That
getting
was
some,
a waste.
and you're gonna switch it
Yeah.
back to Bowser.
Wow.
So you got your 20 coins
I think I know where I'm going.
around the block.
Yep. I'm still Jennifer the Block.
Showdown mini game.
Don't be fooled by the cock that I got. Ocho from the block. He used to be really little, now it still is.
Oh no.
Now it shrinks a lot.
Hmm.
When you hit a dice,
Okay.
you'll have an easier time rolling bigger numbers.
Bigger numbers.
It's a pizza bar.
We love Italians, by the way. We definitely love Italians. Shout out to all my Italians.
You looking for an Italian girlfriend or something?
I
What are you trying to tell us?
I don't discriminate at all.
Smoke signal in here?
Bloody white toys.
If there's a bad Italian out there, like real bad, okay.
What if she calls you a moolie? You fucking moolie!
Oh no.
Fucking bully.
Oh no.
It's like Eddie Murphy Raw. She starts attacking you like that.
That or what was that Spike Lee movie? Was that Jungle Fever?
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
Who
that.
was the
in a
white
long
girl?
time yet. Might have to search that on the phone.
Shit.
That's
Okay.
the first movie that Halle Berry acted in. And she played a crackhead. Spike Lee had this sort of
Well, she did that in Monsters Ball too, wasn't she? Oh no. What'd she do in Monsters Ball?
She got,
She got
Sexy.
fucked by Billy Bob Thornton.
yeah.
Make me feel good. Make me feel good.
Won an Oscar.
Alright, what do we do with this?
Yeah, they were like, if you had sex with Billy Bob Thornton, you have to give you an Oscar. You didn't throw up or have to get therapy after.
You switch them? Or what are we doing?
Yeah. You gotta put them in like the correct order.
Oh, okay.
Not all of them are applicable. So like, for example, you put like a
I get
wiggler.
it now. I get it now. It only took me half
Looks
the
like
game.
we're waiting on Wario.
Alright. Find the other one now. Oh wait, that's practice. Okay, fuck
Looks
this.
like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Boing.
Talking about practice.
Start.
Literally just did this and I screwed up. But they already gave Bernard a head start. Oh, shut up, Luigi. Yeah, this one requires like a lot of like thinking power. That's why everybody's quiet. So this one time at band camp, dang it. Oh, that was a total fluke.
Damn it, Mario.
Oh, this is sad.
What's the point of this game?
You've got to,
Talk to it again.
I can't even really see on here. Oh, I was hitting them in the wrong order, that's why. Idiot.
Finish.
Oh, you just barely got that. They gave me some weird shapes.
Yeah, I had to look at it twice.
I was about to get there.
That's what she said. Yeah!
Oh, I was about to get there.
That was so close. So close.
I kept hitting them in the
Hey, I
wrong
got
order.
Luigi.
Wait, when did it switch to back to daytime? Oh, he didn't land on it yet
No.
because it's still his turn. He's about to switch it to darkness now.
Un, dos. Oh no. It's Yoshi turn. Halfway there, buddy. Halfway there. Get them coins.
Double dice to add to the punishment. I was hoping she'd get a warp box so she can warp out of there.
Mini game.
Let's get some money. Let's get some money.
Oh, Jamie's not here, so we can play this one.
Yeah.
Maybe put this side here. Oh, well, maybe not.
Shit.
Got 14.
It's close.
Nah,
3 away.
not even close.
And did the Jonas taunt there?
New turn.
Maybe more.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Ugh.
That sucks.
I used to always think at the end he was like, "You make me big beans." I was a kid. You're like 13. You don't know anything about start a new relationship, leave the one I'm with, start a new relationship. The lyrics just don't make sense. But he's like, "You make me big beans." I'm like, "Yeah, I can
It's
get
a
behind
tan.
that."
Fucking tan.
And what were they really saying?
Oh, I don't remember what he said.
I'm not even in front of it.
Yeah, it's okay.
You got the most coins. Like 10, maybe.
It's 11. Mother fudge. Well, you get to do it again though.
Oh. Snap. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll be nice. I mean, I ain't gonna take them twice. I mean, that'd just be bad.
Would have been funny is if you had like 30 coins and you nabbed the 11 from me, or like close to 50, and then you had enough coins to go ahead and steal star, but nobody has a star.
Yeah, nobody does.
Those are the moments you're like, hey, if I have a buddy, it'd be nice to be able to do that there.
Oh, Luigi, you're so good to me. I would just, yeah, try to get a 1. That works too. Go right.
That ain't working on me, I'm going to the left. Oh, he went to the left though.
Yeah. I would have went to the right.
Yeah.
To the left, to the left. Ooh. Get a baggie.
Triple dice. Okay.
Nice. Everything you own.
Bonus minigame.
Alright, we're not as class.
Produce.
Nah, dude, I hate produce. I think match marking is probably easier.
I like the pick and produce, but I think I prefer the matchmakers. I feel like that requires less skill. Everybody's played memory. You just gotta find the cards. Wait, what? How did we not? Oh, you picked one that didn't have a match.
There we go.
Hold on.
Top left.
Top left?
Yeah. No, other one. Other one. Top left. Top left.
Oh, crap. I'm tripping.
It's a good thing we're practicing.
Yeah. Got a fish.
Looks like we're waiting on Mario. Okie dokie.
Top left again. No?
No. Is that not even...
He
No,
says
no,
top
no.
left, and it helps me because
No, no.
every time he says top
Mid-
left,
mid-right,
it is
mid-right,
the top
mid-right,
left for me.
There you go.
Looks like we're waiting on Yoshi.
Alright, whenever you guys are ready.
Bottom right? Right?
Two on the side there.
I think I have an idea.
Start.
Huh, it was the exact same way.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Grab that, the middle one, middle one, middle one.
Oh, the one next to me.
Oh, stay there.
Wait.
Oh,
Ah.
right. Next, right
One
there,
to the
right
right.
there. Oh, no. There you go. Oh, we're so fucking close. Neck to neck. There it is, there it is.
Finish.
Ha ha!
Nice.
We got it.
Got you money. I got you some money.
Practice. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh shit, we got 20 each? Is that because I got Luigi?
No,
New turn.
you just got first. We didn't.
Tan. Fucking tan.
Mm.
There you go, switch the board.
Might as well. Oh! Oh, he did that shit.
That's wild.
Plus. What the fuck? Why was he?
Because he can switch the number to like knock it, but it rarely works. He gets to buy 2 stars.
Ooh. Come on, Luigi. Let's get us some stars. Yeah. Thanks, Luigi.
You got stars.
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I still got like at least one more turn with him, don't I?
I think he's, yeah, one more turn. Or he might be leaving. I don't remember when he showed up. Was it turn 3?
Turn 2.
It wasn't that early.
I think so.
No. It was like the 3rd turn, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bernard. Because I was going to warp out of there.
Yeah. You just gave him 20 points for nothing. You helped everybody else out.
I mean, I didn't have any other options, though. That's my.
You could have tried to hit it one.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is why you buy those warps. Warp blocks or warp pipes.
God is the top.
Dang, they got his face up there. Everything. You got us a top. Well, he at least moves you back to the beginning.
There you go.
Item mini game.
Okay, I guess.
Alright, maybe you get one of those items at the
I
bottom.
might get something real good.
Start.
This looks like Blanco.
It pretty much is.
Oh, I was hoping it would bounce and go down.
You got an item.
Well, now, whenever you get over there, you have that same problem. Just use that
On yourself.
on yourself.
Oh, you can get, oh, she's short 3 coins.
Oh, no.
That's sad. She
Yeah,
has
I would
double
just
and
use-
triple dice.
I'll try to get like a 5.
Watch her get a 9. Oh.
Alright.
And now she has enough coins, exactly. But it's going to be somebody else's turn.
Alright. We got this, Vicky. Oh, I like that one.
What's prime cut?
Where you got to cut the meat in even proportion.
Oh, I remember that.
Show something different. Okay. Prime cut it is.
Go a little more right. Just a bit.
I can't.
Oh.
That wasn't even.
That would've
You
been perfect.
moved over a little bit too much.
Right here, or?
Don't overthink it.
Okay.
Looks like we're waiting on Mario.
Mario, nobody else pressed start. So much you're waiting on me. Dang.
Gonna have to be up that corner.
Pretty close on that
We
one.
tied on that one.
Oh.
Oh, shit. Right in the
Right
middle.
there.
It looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Ooh. Little up. Damn. That sucks.
No. Shouldn't have.
Alright, so this one went what, like a little too far to the left?
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Gotta get my practice in, I'm sorry. That last one, I don't know.
Oof.
Damn. How are we way off on that one?
Oh.
Wow.
It always looks real.
Mhm.
Always looks real.
Start. Round 1. Round 2.
Yeah.
Right there.
So that one looked pretty good.
Final round.
This is gonna be rough.
I don't know about that one. I feel like there's one right.
Oh,
Damn.
Hey.
Oh no! They.
Finish.
Good job, Vicky.
Now you have to eat that.
Nope.
It's impossible.
I gotta get my money.
New turn.
We got some more.
Oh,
Bye bye.
damn.
At least it's not just 10.
Mario time.
How did you get yourself a star?
No, it's clutch.
Leonard.
I got the fake star. The cardboard look.
Yeah, well.
She's getting the fake stuff too.
Unless you get a 1.
Oh.
Try to get a 1.
Yeah, try. Sure. When I try, that means I get a 10.
You got a star. Yep.
10 coins.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was on me still. I'll take that. Okay, alright.
Nice.
20.
Just got back the coins I lost.
Uh-huh.
What was this again?
Don't use that right now.
Why?
Well, you could. Here's the strategy with that. You can use it on yourself to make sure, like that situation you were in before. If you were 5 away and you were scared you're gonna roll a 5, hey, that can make you roll between 1 and 3. Or you can use that on other people to screw them over.
So they don't get a star.
Yeah, but if they have a mushroom or something like that, they can break the spell.
I need a 1. So.
She want you to use it on her.
Just kidding. You don't have to.
No, 2 anyway.
Hope you get a 2. Damn.
I knew it.
The stress football over there.
Cardboard stars.
You got a sitar.
Hmm.
Deuces.
Double the coins. Okay.
Incentive.
Might as well just get double the coins.
No!
I didn't mean to hit that one.
So I'll get 1 coin. I'll get 2 coins.
I die every time on this game, so.
The only one who wins that is Jonas. So it means there'll have to be somebody else who wins. Or we can all lose at the same time.
Yeah, right there.
Hate this one. Worst blowjob ever.
Didn't even use teeth.
Okay.
It looks like we're waiting on Bernard.
I'm just practicing.
I didn't say you had to rush.
Yeah, I think I have an idea.
Holy crap! I won! I
Damn.
won! I won!
Lucky son.
Wow, man.
You're welcome.
New turn. Mario time.
Needs to be-
What's that? Give me a 3? You want a 3?
Hell no.
A 1 and a 2? A 1 and a 2.
2 and a possible.
Oh, damn.
13.
No, fuck you. Okay.
We gotta figure out the strategy, man.
So what?
Never will.
No, I think everybody's aware. Look, it's coming back around. So, you know, it's best that you do it now, but, you know, I still owe you a lick back from the very first time.
Oh, that sucks.
Like, it's totally coming back around.
8 coins ain't shit.
Oh.
That sucks.
Hit him lock? No.
So anything better than a 2. But it wouldn't take it started out of you anyways.
Yeah, what happens if I
Does nothing.
Nothing. Oh, you don't have a star. Ah!
Close.
No.
Oh,
Man.
dude, you just switched it.
Boo hoo.
Yeah, I know, he's like 7 away from it. Or he would have been.
Yeah.
Mini game.
Okay.
No, the still one's the best one.
Yeah.
It is, but as long as he doesn't win, that's all.
Okay.
Fuck, okay.
He was happy about it, but we're gonna beat him.
Let's see. Shapes. Circle. Okay.
I can do this, or I only have to get one button.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when you have to hit multiple buttons.
Yep, just trying to put it together.
That's harder, but somebody like
Looks
Jamie
we're
is
waiting
good
on
at
Shy
it.
Guy.
Reminds me of the video. Where does the square go? That's right. Where does the circle go? Right in the square.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
You guys are ready right now. Okay.
Wait.
3, 2, 1, go! Finish!
He was doing pretty good though.
Yeah, he was.
Gotta do better. I gotta do better. I do like that because I think the last time I played it, I did well.
Oh, I was thinking that was your first time, but that's why I was like, you're getting pretty good.
Moving
New
on.
turn.
But I'd rather lose to that than like getting pelted with snowballs or whatever.
Ooh,
Jamboree!
Jonas, didn't know you were coming over.
that's right. Give me that.
Lift up your skirt.
Hey.
You're gonna do what Daddy wants you to do.
That's right. And you like it too.
Mario time.
Because that's what we wanted.
Ooh, that sucks.
Let's see that. Where's Daisy anyway? Behind you, or she's behind you?
Actually. Okay, what you got?
New stuff for sale. Okay.
Sure.
Ooh, magic mirror. You might want that warp mirror.
Opponent at random.
get 2-piece and you can place them wherever.
One of these.
Dangerous.
Just one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you don't have a buddy, so you can only buy one.
Well, you might have a buddy right now. Because he's about to get the brain cells. Well, yeah, do that.
He's wanting you to do that.
You're gonna win on the green one, switch Bowser over.
And he would have got a closer chance to get another star.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
I would use one of those.
Not yet.
Well,
Ah.
yeah, you should have used one.
Mini game.
So you can at least got to the ghost house.
Alright, we got this. Ooh, we'll stay right there. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah!
What the fuck?
Yes!
That's some bullshit. Alright, so we're
No,
supposed
you
to
just
hold
hold the
on.
button. Alright,
What do we do now?
now it's your turn to let go and then hold it when you get to the thing. Right there, hold it.
Press it when you get
You
it.
gotta grab it.
I am.
No, you're not. You're not pressing the A button.
I am pressing the A button.
When you press it on the thing, that's when it'll...
Ah, you let go.
Yeah.
You gotta hold it.
That was me.
What's happening?
I let go.
Looks like we're waiting on Mario.
Oh, no.
Okie-dokie.
Oh, fuck.
Three, two, one, go!
You gotta hold it when you grab
I
it.
am.
Wow, we made that look easy.
Yep. Nice. I need more money.
I'm probably gonna end up getting this guitar.
76.
New turn.
Mario time.
You know who you need to steal from? Vicky.
Nope. Fuck you. All the coins you stole from me? Yeah. The chickens are coming to roost. Only 8. That's a shame. I should have like 20 from you.
You got back the 8 that I took from you.
Yeah, what about the ones before that?
That was 11.
Eh, there we go. Yay! Your mom, bitch.
Showdown mini game.
Alright, Jonas, let's do this.
I'll be the What is it, the dominant here?
Oh my god.
I'll be the dom. Oh wait, I hate this shit.
Oh, it's like Wipeout.
Yep.
One of the game, yeah.
Wipeout. That makes sense. Okay.
Damn, I just fell all the way off.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Of course.
I haven't
Do what?
I haven't.
Think I know something to start?
It's basically jump off. That's all it is. Jump off.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Start. Round 1.
Oh.
No, fuck you.
Round 2.
Ah.
Come on, throw some coins over here, girl. You're like a stripper and y'all aren't throwing any ones.
Round 3.
I can't even see.
Mario's probably gonna win this one.
I mean, don't be giving up. You gotta keep playing.
Final round.
I can't even see. What the fuck, man? Shy Guy's got the fucking blue on, and he's black, and I'm just like, I just...
Fuck, I was close. You don't get those 9, man. I would have been right there.
Yeah, I
That's what she
didn't
said.
like Daisy's field day.
She was a bitch.
What did you say earlier about Daisy?
Fuck that bitch. Well, thanks, man.
Oh man.
Gee, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. He's gonna steal her and then get to the star now.
Okay. That's crazy. Of course it's going. Oh, man.
Did I just steal Daisy from you?
Yeah. I said that. I said you're gonna steal her and get this one.
Oh, I didn't realize you could do that.
And now you get 2 more stars for it. Hey, it's your championship to lose.
It really is, man. It's gonna happen too.
He said it's gonna happen too.
You got stars.
That was a good turn for him. I did all the work. Shit. Got Daisy and switched it back. And then he goes. Takes her. Terrible.
Bitch. Okay.
Oh, half off because you have Daisy. That's pretty cool. Oh, he actually bought that. Wow.
I'd be stupid not to. And wherever I land, I get more coins. Give me 12. Okay. And another turn. Nice. Give me 15. Yes! Okay, now you can take her.
Yeah.
Don't use up that princess.
I don't think he can. He's already past you.
No, he means me.
Oh.
How much? You can steal money? I would just keep. I'd keep going, not use any of what you have, and just try to get to the ghost and get some free money. Steal it from me or Leonard.
Probably him.
How about... Is that the only shop here?
Down
Yeah.
there, yes. It's a small door right here.
Okay. Okay, Yoshi's back there. Mario's up there. Mario's back there. Okay. No, what?
I would not do that. He told you the best move. Steal coins.
Just use your dice.
But, okay.
Use your dice and go to the left. You're already committed to the left. You want to get to the ghost that's up there.
I
So
mean,
you want to roll like a 5.
Try to get a 10.
I mean, but that's going by chance, and there's like 9 out of 15 turns.
Well, if you try to go to the star right now, you're going to get a fake star.
I'm not
Yeah.
entirely concerned about
Because you're not guaranteed, and it doesn't matter where you. That mirror decides wherever the hell you want it wants to put you. It's not where you want it.
It's not a super swap mirror, it's a regular swap mirror.
I can either be put where Yoshi is, so that's close
You can be
to
put
the
where
store,
I'm at, Yoshi, or
You have a
that's
1
my
out of
chance, too.
you have a 1 out of
one of 3.
3 chance
dice.
to get where you want to
That's
go.
what I'm telling you. Just use the dice. It's the easiest way.
And you have to look at it the
There you
other
go.
way. If you were to use that mirror, you're putting somebody else up there where they can steal.
I wouldn't use it.
Said you wouldn't?
Because remember, it's a star right now still.
Yeah, but she can get to the ghost.
True. There you go. Should be enough.
Oh, some good stuff there.
That is pretty good.
That one right there is good. And obviously the warp.
Well, I would get that double dice. Coins equals to the roll.
The payday dice.
Yeah. If you're gonna get anything.
Well, she is the triple, so it was either that one or the warp. Those are the only things in there that I got. With the amount of money she had.
And you should have enough steps to get to the ghost. I'd go left.
Yeah. She could steal twice.
Yeah. Both of them for me. Or one for me, one from Leonard. Well, the stealing coins is free.
Why would you steal? He got 4 stars.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do twice.
He's got a 10 back. And he steal one more time, he can steal from me. Possibly get more. Plus another 3.
Seven more, I think.
Mini
So
game.
7 more.
It's 5 turns.
Oh, wait.
4 more.
Where?
Four more. I didn't realize I could put the 3. I didn't already put it
So Universal. Okay.
I think everybody just wants coins at this point.
Welcome to another episode of Snag the Flags. That's FLAGS.
Oh my gosh.
Start.
Aw.
Finish.
Damn. Mario got it.
Not my day.
New turn.
Mario time.
Get a 1. Oh man.
Where are the chance time spaces? I think there's one all the way up near the front.
Mario time.
I mean, you were telling me to get a 1 and you've got the tuner, the thing to switch it.
Yeah, I didn't want to use it.
Oh, okay. Not a 2.
I'm surprised you went that way.
I don't even steal any points from anybody.
But Rose, or what's her name is over there?
Right there. I just roll the dice. I need the 3. There you go.
I don't have enough coins.
Well, you can still steal
I get to
3
steal
coins.
points from
Steal.
anybody.
And we shall go over here. I'm sorry.
Everyone just sees you as a threat, man. I might be winning, but you're the threat.
I hate 4 stars. I'm like, yeah, let's take from him. So.
I didn't have enough coins to get a star, so coins.
Yeah. I would say use the 3 dice.
Or at least the payday does.
Oh shoot, I forgot about those.
She'll totally use it. Well, somebody, Bernard will take her from you next turn if she's not gone.
Oh.
I actually dreamt about slits and edge the other day.
Wow. Oh, we didn't even get it. I was about to text Led to the edge and didn't even get it. Somebody picked Stamp Out. Who picked Stamp Out?
Bernard.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Start.
This is how we're playing this game.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, neither one of us are going to win if we do that.
I don't know. That shit's pretty blue. Green. Shy, yeah.
Finally! There's a method behind the madness.
The first one I didn't win anything in a while.
Only 5 turns left.
Ooh, turn it up. Turn it up.
Home stretch.
Shit's about to change. Somebody getting money.
Oh,
Oh, that you pick. Okay.
lightning pick what?
The what their thing is. I would choose the last
All
one.
players coins double.
No, the last one.
All players coins double.
That's what I would choose. Choose what you want.
Coins double. Coins double. Double up the money. Double up the
What
money.
does the chance ones do?
The ones where you can choose the slots and, like, let's say you pick stars and you pick hobby, you can swap stars with hobby.
You know what I would do?
Double
This is
up
just
the money.
me. Because I want me to lose.
No, he doesn't want
Add
those.
more Bowser spaces.
Double up the money. Everybody.
If I get landed on a Bowser space, that's automatic.
Yeah, no. If you add the chance time so that anybody can land on that and he can screw himself over, whatever it is, if it's a star, it's only everyone else has something to win because none of y'all have stars yet. So it could either be me or him, and one of y'all take our stars. You'd rather get the star than just have Bowser take it and it go nowhere. That's just my thought. Stealing coins from me instead of the person who's buying stars.
Mario time.
Not in a way.
I'd go left. You're still right there.
You can roll a 1 there. If your arm successfully uses a curse block on me, I can maybe possibly get a 1. Land on that. Oh,
I was thinking I might land on it. You're about to steal my son princess.
this is a very risky. Hold on, think about this one. Oh, it's too late.
Oh!
I tried to tell him. Not only did he take
Everything.
Daisy, but he gets punished twice.
Yeah, buddy.
I tried to tell him.
You're about to get the star for worst luck.
What you got?
You could do Bowser Shuffle.
Receive 100 stars.
Lose a star, please. Lose a star. I have no stars.
Dang, he's mad at you.
I actually feel bad he gave you coins, 20 coins. So.
She gets more coins.
Thank you, sir.
No, she don't give shit.
I got 7-7.
Well, you better try to aim for lose a star again.
Why do I have to do this again?
Because you have a buddy with you. Everything you do happens twice with a buddy.
Oh shit, Bowser Shuffle.
Receive 100 stars.
Bowser Revolution. No!
The Bowser Revolution would hurt him. Because he'd have to give us.
Oh.
Give it and take it.
Star Eatery.
Well, then technically you didn't lose anything.
Yeah. But she's just gonna leave him the next turn, so he really
Didn't help.
no. I was gonna say, hey, maybe use the mirror.
That's in the same place.
Them hoes, man. Them hoes.
Now she's just gonna take her right back, right?
Yeah.
I'd be wary. Because remember, he's still Zatarsh. So you don't want
I would still just use the money.
I'd use the money one if you're going to use one of them.
Oh, there you go.
Hell yeah. 8 times 6, 48.
Oh, man.
No, no.
It's up to you. Oh, that's yeah.
You can't have that attitude. You gotta think that you can win it. It might be bowling. If it's the ones Jamie gets, yeah, likely to lose. But if it's the bowling or the one with the balls and you punch each other, you might win it. You never know.
No, I gotta keep at least 40 points.
Well,
And
you
you
can
need
do
to
all
keep
10
it.
then.
You need to keep at least 50 so you can steal a star.
You're at 54, so.
Well, that's what Wait, what do you mean steal a star for 50?
50
But she
coins
can-
when you get to the ghost, you can steal a star.
Well, she's already past the ghost.
I know, but you know, your next turn, you might. I don't know. Do what you want to do.
She'd have to have like a good 70 or 80 right now.
What?
I would go 10.
I would not listen to either.
Not gonna.
Just go 8. Then you just get 8. Whatever you just earned from the payday dice. Just
Here, we'll just do that.
there. That's the marbles for all the
Yeah,
marbles.
and this is the one that I always lose.
Let's try to stay away from it.
Well, if that was a real game, you'd have won.
Okie dokie. Yo. Yeah. Go time.
3, 2, 1, go!
What are you doing? She ran into the. Oh my god!
I hit the wrong button.
Oh my god!
That's fine.
That
Oh.
really just happened.
Yeah, that's fine.
Winner!
If that was sports betting, that would be illegal right there.
It would.
That
You
was.
sold the game. It would be illegal.
It was almost like he hustled you too. He was like, "Look, I'll let you win this first one, and then turn around and run into the wall on the next one."
Bonus minigame.
Oh man, stressful. Bernard versus
Again?
everybody again. I think he won that one last time, so I'm not taking that one.
Oh shit, we should have done Lost and Found.
I did. Y'all
Fuck.
did it.
What's it again?
Okie dokie.
Alright, so I'll just get hit, and then y'all two can just try to survive. Seems like that's a better strategy for everybody.
Start.
got it.
Finish.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
All we need is one to thrive.
Uh-huh.
Well, at least I got to hit people.
That's one way to look at it.
Only 4 turns left.
This game, that's okay. I got to hit people.
Adios. Bitch left. She done left you. Said I'm going back to Luigi.
She was just my friend.
She was just a friend.
Hey.
Mario time.
Oh, brother.
I tried to hit the 7.
Javi, are you the only one that hasn't gotten a fake one? Or did you get one?
No, you didn't get one.
I've only got two at a time. I've only gotten twice. Two stars.
Yeah.
I can still technically steal yours if you land on that Star Trek. No way I'm getting to it.
You know, he just shoved Yoshi out of the way, dude.
Mario's down there. Mario's up there.
You need to land on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Need 6. 7.
Huh.
7 will switch it back.
I think you need 9. Huh.
Whatever you want to do. That's not a guarantee.
Yeah. But, I mean,
You do one of two things. You either go back to where Mario's at, or you jump up to where I'm at.
Which
Or
is
maybe
not-
where
You've got
Yoshi's at.
You've got a 1 in 3 chance of getting where I'm at.
you know what?
Or just going right there in front of them. But hey, if you get there right there in front of them and you get like a 3 or 4, then you get on the chance time space.
12. Can I go where Mario is? Get where Mario is.
Yep.
Okay.
You know, none of us has gotten a secret block.
I know.
We had multiple ones last time though, right?
I think he got a bunch of them.
Yeah, last week. Or no. I thought it was with Jamie out.
Maybe it was, I don't know, I thought somebody got a bunch of them.
I was hoping you get it too.
Ah.
Oh, there it is.
Secret block.
Look,
We
see?
just said it.
Yeah, that happened the last time too.
Well, you won the most coins.
Minigame.
Oh jeez.
What was that again?
Start.
I think why should stop before it needed to.
Oh,
Yeah. You had this in the bag, huh? That's okay. I ain't mad at you.
That's one of them I don't practice on because I feel like when you practice on that one, it wears your hand out for like the real thing, and then you're already tired.
nice strategy.
Only 3 turns left.
Mario time!
Alright, somebody switch back.
It's a bite. Needed 7.
8.
8.
But he's gonna turn Word. Okay, thank you. Even though it's not so much of a good thing right now.
It's all good.
His trap goes away.
I was trying to go shopping, that's what I wanted to do.
You can still use that on yourself.
Yeah, why not? Well, yeah.
There's two turns left. The only chance you have to win is to get the chance time.
True.
So you
Oh,
might as
yeah,
well.
you should use it on yourself. You need it too?
Son of Christ.
That was a waste.
I would just try to get a 6 or less.
Oh, she did it.
I just wanted to go shopping.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And of course, you want to hit the middle first because that one goes the slowest.
This is where I lose it.
they start going faster after you hit the first one. So you kind of want to hit the middle first so that goes the slowest.
Chance time.
Why is it not doing anything?
Ah, she didn't hit the start.
No, it wasn't doing anything. I hit it multiple times.
You have to wait for it to say start. Well, you got 30 points from it.
Yeah, you're the coin queen. I'll take it.
Mini game.
Yeah, that's better than losing 4 stars.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to do that one either, but it's less stressful than the others. Oh, and of course we did it anyway.
Who picked that one?
I did.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Just watch patterns.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Yeah, I'm losing this one.
It's a matter of chance. That's all it is.
This is not even a skill one, this is just luck. Like, none of us are even choosing everything because we're waiting on you.
Like, you can practice all you want. It's
What happens is
it's all
you
luck.
just have to be lucky that somebody else doesn't pick the same thing you pick.
Start.
See, we all picked what the other person did. And we did it again.
Okay, everybody got something different.
Bernard just keeps picking everything. I started to pick what Javi picked. I was like, no, Bernard's going to pick that. He's almost there.
First time I've ever won this one.
Finish.
First time I've ever been that close.
Yeah.
Because you moved off of the picture, off the circle, I was like, why is there a ghost following him? That was one of the boos following him.
John Cena, man. Can't see
Two
him.
turns left.
Oh boy.
The nerve didn't show up 2 turns before.
Mario time.
I'm so far away.
And why did you even turn it then?
I'll give somebody a chance.
No, it's staying as it is.
What the fuck? I thought the whole point of that was just to.
Nope, you still have to pick the correct one.
Well, then that sucks.
That's why no one buys
That's
it
a
anymore.
waste.
You can buy another one.
Yeah. Maybe. You never know.
That sucks. That truly sucks. I might as well because I'm not getting over there.
There is another chance time space over there, but there's also one near the front of the Bowser. Oh, you got a dueling glove.
Or coins on the line. You need a one.
Oh shoot.
No, no, you can use that to see where you're at.
I can only get. Just all I can do is turn the thing around. Oh.
There it is. Now you have a chance.
And so does Bernard.
That's like one turn, right?
Yep, last turn.
Mini game.
Alright.
No.
Alright, working with win, guys. What's that one? What's Squeaky Shakedown?
She gets to hit you with the mallet. But, I mean, everybody gets coins from it. I didn't mean to pick that, I meant to pick the cage. Ken.
Yeah, because I was losing that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need this one.
Damn it.
Start. Finish.
Damn it.
Nice.
See, everybody got coins. She got 4, we got 17.
Final turn.
Mario time.
Pipe it. Pipe it.
It doesn't even really matter anymore.
It's not a train with me.
No, it doesn't trade, it just works.
Oh, that
Oh,
sucks.
somewhere.
On the Bowser.
Yeah, that was pretty lame. It should have moved me to the other half of the
Yeah.
stage or something. Only to give me a 2.
Oh man, I wish I would have given you a 3.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, he has a chance to buy one more star. Wow.
Oh. That sucks. But I guarantee my win.
Oh yeah, he's gonna steal my star, and nobody has stars.
This was the perfect game.
No, I blame Bernard for that.
What do you mean?
Because he went after me for coins when he should have went after you for coins to keep you from buying more
I
stars.
didn't have any money. Like, I was
No,
broke.
we had the same amount of coins, but yet he had way more stars.
Okay.
Perfect game.
Coins on?
Yeah.
I took all the stars.
I guess. It's the last one. Alright.
Well, this will be interesting. Let's see how many coins he tries to. He can only go after you for 88 coins. Might as well go all out. Because if you win, you get second place. If you lose, you obviously go to fourth place.
Give me a minute. Straight up my Game Boy. Oh.
Yeah, you just want to keep going up. It's all about timing. Wow.
Three.
I think Vicky's gonna beat you on this one.
Go!
Oh my god.
You've got to be
Neither one of
patient.
you guys can get out.
Finish.
You got to know when to stop.
She
and when to
barely
go.
beat you. Oh, she beat
She
you.
did.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think she did.
I wasn't even paying attention. She got it.
barely. Because you guys got stuck in the same
Yeah.
spot.
I was not looking at her. I'm sorry. I wasn't. I deserve that. It's cool.
The champ of the coins.
But
You got 77.
You should get a star for that at least.
For what?
And he was 8 away and gave up all that money.
Damn.
Should have stayed with at least 20 coins. And, oh, couldn't get the star. That's tragic. Oh, and was one away from the chance time. That's a Bernard way to end it. Couldn't get the star, lost the game. Oh, she can't go get it. You might as well use that.
There you go. Use all
Screw
the.
it. Screw it.
Get it. Get it. Say, give me that.
I was not gonna win this either way.
Oh, I thought she was gonna roll trip sevens.
She got
I
me.
thought so too.
Well, at least it wasn't a shutout. It might as well be, but there's at least another star on the board.
You got a star.
And she still has 211 coins left.
That'd have been wild if she could have got to the ghost
Yeah,
house.
there you go. I
If
was
she
just
could have got to the
thinking
ghost house on the
that.
last
I was
one,
just thinking that too.
that would have been wild. Made it 2 to
If she
3.
would have had a 28 instead of 24,
Yeah.
that would have been it right there.
Final minigame.
Or if she had like a buddy with her. She could have bought 2 stars. Ooh, excuse me. Wow. Had bought 2 stars and had a buddy with her and got to the ghost. That would have been a miraculous turn of events.
Start. Finish.
Good job, buddy.
28.
Puts Bernard in 4th because of the coins. We'll see if they give a star. That you might get a misfortune bonus.
You got our commercial.
For being the brokies,
Yeah.
the brokest brokey of the all brokies, whatever. Mentally, I'm drained. Tripping over my words. The brokest brokey.
All right. This is a terrible game of Mario Party. Unless you were Javi, then this was probably good.
It was
5
it was
stars.
A sweet game.
And stole from everybody. Stole all my coins. Yeah, just stole my star.
Actually, I didn't steal from Vicky
Yeah.
at all.
That's because I don't really have any.
She didn't have anything worth stealing at the time.
So we're only watching this as a formality because it's Friday, just to see if they second,
Special
third, and
stars.
fourth. Yeah.
I think Vicky gets
So you
one.
could get 7 stars. They could give them all of them. I doubt it though. They might give Bernard one of these.
I was consistent with losing. Just bad.
Like we couldn't even get the chance time stuff right. So you see that line? He was all the way at the top the entire time, pretty much. Now let's see who wins this thing, or who gets these bonus stars. Slowpoke.
Oh,
Give me that. I was rolling ones and everything. Come on.
Few spaces.
I don't know who that is.
Probably me.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go. That's first star.
dang. So I officially have 4th place for right now.
You still might get a star. Everybody might still have 1 star.
Item bonus. Oh, that's you.
Yeah,
You bought
I got a
items
whole bunch.
champ.
Stars.
I'll finish with at least 6. Yep. That's cemented.
Oh man,
You got Jordan numbers.
I turned into Bryce
Yeah,
this
buddy.
game.
I wonder who's the star.
Wario. Between Wario and Mario.
My guess
No,
is
man, what do you mean
not.
between Mario? I have no stars.
Mario, if you pray hard enough.
Wario? Okay. 7.
Congratulations.
Now he has Tom Brady numbers.
Like they didn't even show the fish to knock everybody off. That's how bad it was. All right, congratulations, your new champ. He defeated Bernard. to,
2-time champ.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
2-time champ.
the last time he had it was his first time, and now he's got it again. So
Oh no.
maybe Bernard.
I want Jamie. I want Alpha. I want everybody. Bring them.
Oh, okay. He's issued
Bring
a
'em.
challenge.
Bring them.
2 championships.
I'll take
He-
both of them on.
So not only did he win the Mario Party, but he also won the Mario Kart as well. So we're going to have to change that next go around. We can't let him walk out of here. You got it upside down, bro. Oh,
No, I got it.
Oh, it's
I got it
right
right.
side up? Okay, never mind.
About to say, I
My
looked
bad.
at it.
My bad. But yeah, we will see you guys in the next one. For myself, for Vicky, for Bernard, and for your reigning champion.
Latino E.
We will see you in the next one. The yellow hat guy is out.
That was fun.
Yeah. For
I
you.
like winning.
For you. For you, it was fun.